champion. The Bren Chong Cup is back. You don't know what the Bren Chong Summer Edition is? It's a Clash Royale 1v1 tournament where you can compete against the best players in the world for a piece of the $6,000 prize pool. This Summer Edition consists of 3 stages. 12 qualifiers on August 25th, 26th, and 27th. From there we get the 12 names that will join the group stage. That second stage will be played from August 28th to September 4th. There, the 12 qualifiers and the elite players of Clash Royale will be fighting for a place in the playoffs. The finals will be played from September 5th to September 8th and will bring together the top 32 players from the group stage in a double elimination bracket. This is how we'll find the new champion in the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. To make sure the whole community has access to this content, the streams will be in Spanish, English, Portuguese, German, Italian, and French. To keep up with all the news, guest players, and broadcast schedules, go ahead and download Appgrade, available both on iOS and Android. You can keep up with the news by following Rebel Amar and AMG on all social media. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Bren Chong, AMG, Appgrade, and CWA. Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Don't you miss it. And here we are on day 5 of 12 for the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Group E action on the way, and big group it is. Beniju of Team KaNaRiOoo making his first appearance today in the group stage alongside his countryman KaNaRiOoo, part of the defending world champions Team Liquid. Samuel of Space Station Gaming, of course, the defending Western champions. And then Boeufmac, who I can already see in the chat is going to be a fan favorite today. The Brit with Tribe Gaming, one of the top in the game. We will also see OYASSU, one of the 2.6 greats throughout the world. We'll see if the Japanese pro can fight against the early morning tiredness to come out on top today. Renan Cava from Brazil also in the mix. Another 2.6 talent in LucasXgamer. And then Adriel, who won the I Stay Home Cup back in the spring, another Rebel Amar tournament. A lot of talent in today's lineup here in Group E. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League, here to take you through the action. Day 5 of 12 days. How do you do 12 with your fingers? 12 days in a row of Clash Royale competition. We are currently in the group stage, phase 2 of this event. And if you didn't catch from the video, here's how it worked. There were 12 open qualifiers that anyone could play in to get 12 of the players in our field, and then the remainder of the players were invited pros. We are in the group stage, 8 groups of 8. We'll each play a round robin. Today we are on Group E, the 5th of those 8 groups, playing a full round robin. The top 4 from the round robin phase move on to the round of 32. So check this out. Here is our current group, and these 8 players, each one of them, will play the other 7 today. That will all happen today. There will be best of 3 matches. Ban on first loss. That's the story. So best of 3, ban on first loss. The top 4 move on to the next phase, the 32-player double elimination bracket, and the remaining 4, the bottom 4, are out of the tournament. So we'll see how these 4 fare. Of course, here are the overall groups so far. Amazing selection of players, and you can see from the previous groups, we've had some pretty good talent move on, and I'll show you those graphics again in just a moment. Remaining after today, we only have 3 more groups, Group F, G, and H, and keep an eye on some of these groups. Some really interesting matchups here. IMJP and Javi tomorrow in the same group. The 2 Spaniards who are both head-to-head powerhouses going at each other. In Group G, former teammates Diego B and Igor, who were both on Liquid. Of course, Diego B no longer a part of Liquid. We'll see how they go face-to-face. And then in Group H, Surgical Goblin and Morton, who of course met quite famously at the CRL World Finals this year, or I guess in 2019, this last season CRL World Finals. So a chance for those two to go head-to-head again. And for those of you who don't know the qualifiers, here are the qualifiers so far. Pompeo, Sergio Ramos, Lich Pentakill, and Azelis all moving on out of Group A. Mao, Dark Angel, Ruben, and the God RF moving on in Group B, making that top 4. In Group C, Chris Lian, Jupiter King Schwarzen, and Bale were the 4 who qualified to go on to our next stage. And then, oh yeah, Bag, TNT, Anaban, and Lapacati moving on from yesterday's action. So we'll see who the 4 are today. The first match will start here in just a couple of moments. It's going to be Canario and Renan Cava. And let me take a moment to talk to the chat here for a second, because I just saw Asia re-upping the sub over on the Trovo chat. Asia, thank you so much. I don't know if that's a 3-month sub in a row. So Asia, dude, thank you so much for the support over on Trovo. Really appreciate it. Those of you watching on YouTube, I am also co-streaming on Trovo as always, so you can go check that out if you'd like and jump on and watch there as well. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to this channel, ring the bell for notifications, like the video, leave a comment, tell a friend, call your grandma, all that sort of stuff. The channel's growing very, very quickly. Hit 10,000 subs a couple days ago, and we keep on moving forward and forward, which is really cool for me and creates more opportunities for me to bring you guys better and better Clash Royale competitive content, which is super, super fun. So take a look, just some description of the screen in case you are new to this event. On the left-hand side of the screen, which is my right, but on the left-hand side of the screen, you're going to see the schedule of on-stream matches. Not every match is played on stream, just to keep the schedule flowing so we're not here for 6 hours. So those are the on-stream matches over here, and those scores will be going through the entire way. And of course, we will also have this other set of matches later in the day. On this hand of the screen, you're going to see a continuing update of the current standings, win-loss and win rate up at the top of the group we're looking at. And at the bottom, overall national win rates, which is just fun for us to keep track of which country is performing the best in this tournament. And both Spain and South Korea will have chances to significantly change their win rates depending on the success and failure of their players today. So we'll see how those two countries battle it out for the top. So we're going to be going to our first match, Canario and Renan Cava. Again, all 8 players will play the other 7 players in their group. So Canario will play against Renan Cava, against Beniju, Adriel, Basoto, OYASSU, Boeufmac, the whole way through, and so on and so on. So we'll be going all the way through. And again, of course, if there's a player you haven't seen yet, Group A, B, C, and D are already available on my YouTube in replay. And then Group F, G, and H will be the 3 days following this one. But we are on September 1st, Group E, group stage action. So we'll be seeing all 8 of those players in the BO3s. Once we get into the round of 32, then we'll be getting into the stage where it's going to be between BO5s in the winners bracket, and I believe BO3s in the losers bracket. That's the typical Revel Amar format. I don't know for sure that's what we're doing, but I believe that's what we're going to be doing in the round of 32. So you want to see them really stretch their arms out, get loose, get ready, get firing. We'll see it there. What I would love to see in this event, and it's not built for it yet, but I cannot wait, and I'm really hoping that it comes to competitive more often. I saw someone ask in the chat, how do I feel about Clan Wars 2 so far? I love the duel mode. How do you guys feel about duels? I think duels are awesome. I mean, having BO3s in the game is great, but also the interesting mechanic of having to build 4 decks that don't share a card. I think that's really, really interesting, and I think it will create some possibilities, some really cool possibilities for competitive gameplay. And you talk about analysts, right? One role that's kind of a strange role overall within the game, analysts and coaches, right? People ask, what do analysts and coaches do? They help you prepare decks. They help you make decisions, get your mentality right. What do they do? Well, if we add duel mode into the competitive world, suddenly the job of analysts, and hey, Sandy, thank you very much for the 10 pounds. I think wait, where'd the cool little thing go? Oh, my alert isn't on this screen. I'll have to add the alert to this screen, guys. But thank you very much, Sandy. I really do appreciate the support with the 10 pounds. If we add this in, if we add in the duel mode into competitive gameplay, the amount of effort you need to put in from an analysis and coaching standpoint and looking at, okay, what deck did my opponent already play? What do I think about their deck pool? What do I think their 4 decks probably are? And what are the remaining decks that I have that are strong or weak based on the 8 cards I've already seen? That starts to get really, really compelling, from my opinion. So I'm really pumped about duels overall, and I think they could have a really cool place in esports. The data has to come out. We have more to see from it so far, But it's something that, for me, as an esports guy, I'm really excited because that's the realm I live in Clash Royale, right? I don't make videos that are about, hey, here's the strongest deck or here's the new update and stuff like that. My entire content creation and streaming life is based on the esports side of it. So a thing that can breathe a new vision into esports for Clash Royale, super, super cool, super excited. We'll talk about that more today. But right now we're about to go and jump into our first match, Canario and Renan Cava, the Spaniard from Team Liquid, up against the Brazilian who I guess is no longer with Pain Gaming. That's been the chat, the rumors going through both the Trovo and YouTube chats for the last few days. So I'm not sure. I don't have all the information on what's going on with Pain Gaming. I have some rumors that I'll be putting into a video fairly soon because, yeah, I have some stuff planned for you. But that is, let's see. Georgie, I'll go ahead and show that one. I guess we're waiting. Maybe Renan Cava isn't in the clan right now. False alarm, guys. False start here. So we'll see if we can get all those things sorted out. Let's see. Taking a look at the chat as we're waiting for our game to get started. Anhadi, one of my subs in the Trovo chat, saying, what I think everyone is missing is that effectively the decks played by your opponent bans those cards. You can select one of your decks that would expose those cards being missing. Yeah, I think that's one thing that I was thinking about. My first duel went kind of weird because I really wasn't thinking about all those pieces, all those parts. But then when I went to my second duel, and I started thinking about, okay, let's look at what my opponent played in the first match and really make some choices based off that. That really changed my performance in that one. So I really liked it. Is Clan Wars 2 perfect? No, it's not perfect yet, but are the possibilities clearly there for some really cool stuff in Clash Royale? Yeah, I think it's really, really neat. So I don't believe this is the end. I believe this is the beginning of sort of Clash Royale 2.0, not just Clan Wars 2.0, but Clash Royale 2.0 overall. So pretty neat. Looks like a couple of our players are not online. So we'll go ahead and keep on waiting for it, and we'll see if we get there. Of course, there's the lineups. Chris Gomez asking, do I play Brawl Stars? Some, but not a lot. Some Brawl Stars, not a ton. My Wi-Fi and Brawl Stars don't get along very well, oddly enough. It's a really weird relationship that they have. And Dr. Sunquick, OP Mod, joining the chat on Trovo. And, of course, Sandy is helping Mod on both YouTube and Trovo. But Sandy has a little hand injury, so she's doing her best to help out. So, guys, everyone, please behave yourselves in the YouTube chat. And thanks, Sandy, of course, always for being super-duper cool and a great, great mod as well. Dadizio joined in the Trovo chat. I haven't called out all of my subs over on Trovo yet today. And 805 Joe, yeah, the hair clippers did work. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, we're all nice and we're nice and cut up. Yeah, check this out, guys. My hair was getting so shaggy, my head was getting so itchy. But look at that. Not bad for a home haircut, right? Didn't pay a professional. Didn't go to someone who knows what they're doing. Why aren't I on Twitch? Because I don't want to triple stream and doing this on YouTube. I don't often stream on YouTube, but this is all being hosted in-game. So I wanted to send everyone to YouTube because that's the fun place to go. And then, yeah, it's YouTube and Trovo. So when I do some other stuff, it'll be on Twitch. It's just going to be, thing by thing, depending on what the event is. And we were supposed to get started 7 minutes ago, but people are not showing up. And, oh boy. Guys, if you think you're annoyed by the delay in the game, let me tell you something right now. I'm about to start dropping elbows off the top ropes on some of these people. On which people? On Renan Cava. You can see him, one from the right there in the Pain Gaming jersey. Where are you, Renan? Show on up. We might be jumping forward to Canario versus Lucas. So we'll see if we can get that. Why can we not see Clan Chat? Because I don't show Clan Chat on my streams there, Tejas Muthal. That's not for you. I hope this won't drag for some extra time. Yeah, Dadizio, I'm not staying until an extra hour today. I'm not staying until 5 today. Can't do it again. I got other work to do, and I have a family to go be a dad and a husband for. So is OYASSU in that picture? Yeah, can't you see OYASSU? He's second from the left. That's totally what OYASSU looks like. You didn't know that? You didn't know that that's OYASSU? He looks exactly like a shadow. Isn't that pretty cool? Shout out somebody. Divyanshu Singh. Hello. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Game number 1, Canario and Lucas. Let's go. Looks like Canario running Hog triple spell against Lucas, most likely running Royal Giant. Guys, I do think, I know some people will have some frustration with the card levels, but from what I've seen and gathered, it's going to be a lot easier to get gold in this new version of Clan Wars. I think you'll be surprised at how fast you're able to level up cards comparatively to before Clan Wars 2. So I think it should all even out pretty nicely as time goes on. I don't know if Renan Cava is disqualified. We'll keep an update on that one. I'll keep an eye on that information. Right now it's KaNaRiOoo and LucasXgamer. Lucas personal best 81.73 on ladder. The Brazilian supposedly is getting some attention from some CRL teams. I've heard some rumors about that. I believe he is now 16, so has a chance in there. Peas, Rich, the harder part about leveling cards into the cards off the gold note. I completely disagree. If it weren't for gold, I could max a ton more cards right now. I could max 20 cards today if it weren't for the gold. The gold logjam is much more of the issue than getting cards by far. Between the ability to trade, between all the different opportunities, gold is way harder to get. So, yeah, I would definitely say that the ability to get more gold will make it much easier for players to level up more cards than before. I don't understand anybody who says getting cards is much harder. If that were the case, then I would have tons of gold and I would not have much cards. But if I look in my main account right now, there are like at least 10, maybe 20 cards that I could max if I had the gold for it. So yeah, Teos, I just don't show I don't know if there is private stuff or not private stuff, so I don't show the clan chat. Stop being a sellout. What do you mean stop being a sellout? Gold is, it's clear, gold is much harder than cards to get. And I mean, I don't know how anyone would have a different view. Like, just there is no data to support the opposite view on that. Now, if your concern is legendaries specifically, that's different. But if you're talking about rares and commons, much easier to get the rares and commons than to get the gold to level them up. So far, RG dominating for Lucas. Of course, a King Tower activation and a continued Fisherman Hunter combination. Too many ways to stop the Hog Rider here. Fireball into the right-hand side. GG, well played. Lucas with the win. Who signed Schwarzen? I have my theories, but I'm not going to tell them here. There you go. Game number 1 in the books. Let's go ahead and see if I can get this overlay for the stats to update, and there we go. Lucas getting the first win over KaNaRiOoo. Dadizio. Notice my stats are messed up. I have me with 3 more crowns than wins. Do you know if they're making a patch? I'm assuming they're patching any mistakes. When will we commentate again together? Myself and Andrew Ask Animals will be commentating for CRL Westfall. Every 19 out of 10 pit running an RG Fisherman deck in the meta in the tournament. Yeah, the RG Fisherman is overly dominant. Overly dominant right now. Hopefully, upcoming balance changes fix that. Again, I think that I do think that we will see a pretty good balance change to go ahead and, you know, undo or balance out this current meta and make it so this current meta isn't RG Fishboy all the time. Where I think we'll see a big drop. Most likely, in my opinion, we'll see a change that will make it so you don't see the basic combination of Fisherman, Heal Spirit, and most of the time Musketeer. I think that combination will not be as common, but I don't know exactly what they have planned. So we'll see. We'll see, but I think that'll be a good change. But I do, again, we've talked about this before, I think that for balance changes, my theory is that you want to disrupt the meta, not balance the meta. So I think that we'll get something more balanced for the month of September, and then I think it will be disrupted in October, hopefully. In my opinion, hopefully. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Game number 2 coming up in just a moment. KaNaRiOoo, the CRL Pro defending world champion with Team Liquid, down 1 against LucasXgamer. When is CRL Fall starting? CRL West Fall will start in the fall. Guys, so one thing some people have said in the YouTube comments, one person in particular, and you know who you are, stop being so negative. Some people have said that I answer the same questions too many times, so I'm going to answer some questions. I'm just going to say I've already answered that today. So if you come here today and you're like, hey, I've already answered that, maybe someone else in the chat will answer it for you, but I am not going to answer the same question like 15, 20 times today. Just for people who are watching this not being like, oh my god, we've heard it before. So when is CRS Fall starting? Sometime in the fall. What's my favorite card? The Ice Golem. Will Andrew and I be casting CRL? Yeah, that's the plan. That's generally what the plan is. Are KaNaRiOoo and Lucas playing game number 2 right now? Yeah, they are. Say something in Spanish. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. There you go. There's some words. Giant Miner for KaNaRiOoo. We have not seen a ton of bait in this tournament. We have not seen a ton of bait, so kind of excited to see some bait. It was really popular, overly popular, especially double bait, a month ago, back in July, but now here in August, we've seen very, very little of it, especially in this portion on this side. Rewards are higher in Clan Wars 2, but this is not enough. Since they introduced a lot of new cards the last 1 to 2 years, now trying to level them all up. That's an opinion. Look, I mean, everyone has their own opinion on the free-to-play thing. I'm older than a lot of you. I'm 36 years old. For me, when it came to video games, there was no such thing as free-to-play. You had to buy a game for $60 to find out if you liked it or not, and if you hated the game, you go return it to GameStop for less money than you paid for it. So for me, I kind of look at that and I go, a lot of you guys are going to be really annoyed by this. I look at something like the Clash Royale, and I'm like, every once in a while, even if you don't do it every month, but spending $5 on a game that you get hours upon hours of enjoyment out of, a lot more value than spending $60 on a game that you might hate, and then eventually you'll beat and not like want to play anymore. So that's my opinion on the overall free-to-play versus pay some money thing. Yeah, GameStop, rip. KaNaRiOoo's personal best, I believe, is 8102 for that question. Dylan Stewart says, sup, Rich, hello from Amsterdam. Just don't worry about that tandoori burrito. Have not eaten one. I'm not going to talk about burritos a lot today either, guys. That was also another comment from the same person who was very salty in my comment yesterday. Today we're talking about sushi. I'm going to tell you all the different kinds of sushi that I really like. Have I seen Dave Chappelle's new Netflix comedy show? I saw his new talk that he gave. I've seen Chappelle live more times than I can count. Used to come into the Comedy Store 1 in the morning, do an hour for whoever was left. A lot of fun. Miner to the back, picked up by the Skeletons. No, Miner does go right onto the tower. Game number 2, KaNaRiOoo currently with the lead. And Miner going right to the Dart Goblin this time. Not enough room to make much damage from those bats. No damage will get on. And a big double bait push in from Lucas on the opposite side of the board. Electric Yellow. Oh my gosh, these casters, though. Oh my gosh, these comments, though. GoldenEye was super awesome. To those of you on Trovo, do definitely agree with you on that one. Oddjob was cheating. You played with Oddjob, you were a cheater. Lucas, though, playing some perfect bait here against KaNaRiOoo, getting the win in game number 2. Easy 2-0 to start off his tournament. Electric Yellow, yeah, the caster, the one caster. There's no casters. I guess I could pretend to be 2 different people. Yes, the caster is reading the comments. That's absolutely right. Oddjob slaps. Yeah. GoldenEye, great game. Goldfinger, my favorite James Bond movie, and that's the movie in which Oddjob does appear, throwing that hat around. So if you're a GoldenEye fan, check out Goldfinger with Sean Connery, the greatest Bond. Is this BO3 or BO5? Asked Patrick over in the YouTube chat. These are all BO3s today. BO3 ban on first loss. When we get into the the third stage, the round of 32, that's when we'll start seeing some BO5s. So next game coming up here in just a moment, going to be Samuel Basoto against Renan Cava. Renan did finally show up. Here we go. Game number 2. Brazil versus Brazil. Picanha versus Jiu-Jitsu. Or maybe it would make more sense if it was Capoeira versus Jiu-Jitsu. You don't really have like a smoked meat or a barbecued meat versus Jiu-Jitsu. That would make no sense. Michael Markwart, your girlfriend has a crush on me? Well, you shouldn't be concerned. A, because I'm sure that you're quite the catch. B, I'm married. Sean Connery turned 90 recently, says Ira Door. In terms of James Bond, Sean Connery the best Bond, but I will say this, that on balance, I think Roger Moore had the best Bond movies. Dadizio, Rainbow Roll. Yeah, I can mess with some Rainbow Roll. I will salmon sushi, some sake. I will take some salmon sushi down real quick. I'll get sick on salmon sushi. That's how much of that I'll eat. Which movie do I like better? Point Break, The Lost Boys, or Ferris Bueller's Day Off? Ooh. Point Break is pretty fire. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is so much fun to me. Defensive Goblin Barrel from Samuel. As I said before, is playing with Space Station Gaming if you follow along with CRL. Samuel's big turnaround this season of CRL was a huge part of the success of his team. Really changed things a lot. You know, Space Station was performing well, obviously. They went 3-1 to start off and qualified for that next stage, but the work that Samuel did, especially when we got into the playoffs, right? His big 2-1 win over Igor was massive. And then, of course, in the semifinals against Tribe Gaming, Samuel coming out with the big King of the Hill sweep, 1-2-3 wins over Azili's TNT and Jupiter King. And for a guy who's been phenomenal on ladder but hadn't quite put it together in his CRL debut in the fall of 2019, coming through so big for Space Station was super important for the young player. And of course, if you follow ladder at all, Samuel Basoto, one of the greatest of all time to play ladder. Strong argument that he's definitely top 3. Strong argument for him to potentially be considered the greatest ladder player of all time. Thoughts on the update so far? I'm not going to talk about it ad nauseum, but I think Clan Wars 2 is cool and has lots of potential. So Pro Bro just joined the Trovo chat. Great 2.6 player. We have a couple good 2.6 players in the tournament today, of course, in Lucas and OYASSU. And So Pro Bro, who put up 20 wins on my channel during the 20-win challenge with 2.6, says excited to see OYASSU. This is his group. Absolutely it is. One of the top 2.6 players in the game. He'll be performing today. We'll see if he runs 2.6 or tries to go with something else. Right now, it's all Renan Cava against his countrymen in game number 1 of their best-of-3. Rocket at the bridge for some cleanup action and an aggressive push in both lanes now from Samuel Basoto. Renan Cava is an 8K player. Has not quite done the craziness that Basoto has, 8.7K for the win. Yeah, that rocket was pretty fire. And that, if Samuel gets in, that's a big turning point for this game. Mega Knight comes high, goes back for a long search for that last Goblin, and just like that, 983 to 436. If Samuel can defend well here, this could become troublesome for Renan Cava. Question is, how much of this can he pull over the opposite side? Log takes the Dart Goblin out, second Dart Goblin back. Samuel needs to control high here if he can. Mega Knight leaps back to the Inferno Tower, but keep in mind now, no Inferno Tower for the Pigs. Going to have to find some other way to stop them from connecting. He knows that he can't. Renan Cava put the pressure on, got the win. He goes up 1-0. Oh, the overlay still says Group D. That's weird. Oh, I thought oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and change the overlay. I can go ahead and do that right now. 1 second. Where are you, overlay? Boom! There we are. We're in Group E, not in Group D. Here we go. And there's your... Well, there will be your stats. Yeah, there we go. There's your stats. What do I think Clash Royale will be like without the Wizard? Will be like without the Wizard? Is the Wizard disappearing? Are they killing the Wizard? Samuel's going to disappear NATO, the ban from the Space Station Gaming player, for our second game. Thanks for pointing out the overlay, guys. Sorry that I hadn't made that change there. 8.7K trophies. Daniel Potato, Samuel Basoto's personal best on ladder is 8,721. That's 8.7K. So Daniel Potato, if you're kind of going to go, hey, what's going on? What's it like to be, what's a top ladder score? 8,700. That's where Basoto is hit. I need to create a document that's a frequently asked questions document that I can just like link into the chat. I'll do that maybe for the future. Just here's the frequently asked questions, and I can link it in the chat whenever one of those questions gets asked. Does Samuel have a #1 finish? Pedro, Samuel has not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but I believe 5 #1 finishes on ladder. But right now, Renan Cava has a huge connection on the left-hand side, taking an early lead here, running the double small spell version of Lumberloon right now. I think I prefer this with something other than Fishboy, something other than Fisherman here, for this deck specifically. I think that this... Someone says, no, that's Igor. Well, I know Samuel Basoto has 4 #1 finishes on ladder. I know for a fact he has at least 4, and I believe he has a 5th. I could be wrong. But I know Sam has 4 at least. And maybe I'm wrong. I know that Samuel Basoto does have over 30 top 10 finishes on ladder, which is insane. Absolutely insane. Blue Arcanine. I can tell you right now that no one who's top tier is playing on their computer. It's against terms of service, first and foremost, but secondly, it's nowhere near as fast as playing with your fingers. So maybe Igor has 5 and Samuel has 4, but I know Samuel has 30 top 10 finishes, which is bananas. Absolutely bananas. Hey, Fake Royal Giant in the house over on Trovo. Good to see you, bud. It's going to be some okay fireball value there because the Skeleton Barrel will take out the Musketeer, and now Samuel getting a little ahead on Elixir, but this balloon's going to be challenging to deal with. Should go Inferno low. There he goes. Oh, Sam has 4 #1 finishes, not 5. Okay. So it is 4. Fireball in on the left-hand side. 11:63 to a 13:31. 2 minutes left. Here we are in sudden death overtime. Dip, yes, the other day was on the channel and said he did not like this version of Lumberloon Cycle. And my issue with this version of Lumberloon Cycle is that I don't think it should have the Fisherman. I know Fisherman's super powerful, but I think that this version of Lumberloon Cycle, if you're going with the double small spell version, should have a building as opposed to having a Fisherman. I don't think that that without recruits in this deck, right? This is another 6 loon. Would normally run the Royal Recruits, the 6-man, as opposed to the Barb Barrel. I think when you have Royal Recruits, the Fisherman gets a ton of value in this deck. But without the Recruits or a high single target DPS card you're pulling to like a Hunter, Mini P.E.K.K.A, whatever, I don't think this deck gets the same value. Lumberjack doesn't hit single hard. Lumberjack is fast, high DPS, but not high single hits. So I think that if you're going to run the double small spell version of Balloon Cycle, rather than a Fisherman running some sort of building like a Goblin Cage to create potentially another tank, like it was ran, I think that there was a version of this that was run with Goblin Cage in the past. It was very similar to what you saw Renan Cava run. This deck, this version of Lumberloon Cycle, has not been performing well in this tournament. And I think it's people's insistence on putting the Fisherman. So there you go. Samuel ties things up. Is the Coliseum just another week, or is it any different? What do you mean, the actual arena? I have no idea if there's a different one. What happened to the Lapo gang? Well, fake CWA, I'm pretty sure you used to be a fake Lapacati, so there you go. Rich, who do you think will win CRL East? Levin Jose? I'm not sure yet. I haven't had a chance to watch CRL East. I've been too busy with other stuff, but I'll be doing my research as we get closer to World Finals, and I'm getting ready to actually look at the teams. But I have not really had time to watch CRL East this time. So the ban is going to be Skeletons from Renan Cava, taking out some fast cycle decks, taking those away from his opponent. So the bans will be Tornado and Skeletons. Here we go, game number 3. Fake RG and Dadizio in a hype battle. I appreciate that, guys, over on Trovo. You must notice that you can't copy decks off TV Royale anymore. Yeah, I've heard about that. I haven't tried it, but I've heard that's an issue. Yeah, I should watch it. I've heard Mugi's been great. Everyone keeps talking about it. Probably Hog Triple Spell here from Renan Cava. More likely than not, it's RG for Samuel. And even with, now it could be Hog MK with the Stab Goblins, or Hog Triple Spell, since the Skeletons are banned with the Goblins. And the Spear Goblins are an interesting choice here. So not going to be Triple Spell, I don't think. You can run the... Maybe it still will be. You can run Hog Triple Spell with Spear Goblins instead of the Skeletons. It's better against Graveyard that way. Someone's saying that someone left Tribe Gaming on CRL. I haven't heard anything about that yet. As far as I know, Tribe's staying the same. If you guys have info that I don't, please let me know. King Tower activation, pretty easy there for Samuel. Running Royal Hogs. Yeah, I'm not following the chat that well right now, guys, because I'm mostly casting, but I have seen some people talking about someone leaving Tribe potentially over in the YouTube chat, so if you have any information, drop it in there. Let's speculate. It's always fun. So Renan Cava has not shown his last card yet. My guess is that it's something that would be the counter to the Royal Hogs when Samuel drops them. So Renan Cava's trying not to have that out of cycle. Could be a Fireball, could be an MK, could be a Snowball. I would say that Mega Knight and Snowball are the two most likely options. Has KaNaRiOoo played yet? Yes, Sam, he has. He lost his first game against LucasXgamer. Six-man split, 3-3. Might see Pigs come out here. Bomb Tower high, so there you go, Bomb Tower. So it is the Royal Hogs counter he was holding on to. Didn't want to out of cycle. Forced to play at a half step early, and you see the Pigs run right on by. Advantage now, Samuel. Is boss in the Bren Chong Cup, Bilbo? Yes, he is. Right? No, he's not. Because of being in CRL. I think that's correct. I'll go ahead and check, but I believe he's not because of being in CRL East. Yeah, no boss. That's right, no boss. Because of his CRL East duties, unable to compete. 3-3 split again here for Samuel. Question is, can he get past the bomb towers? Has some good tools for it. If he can keep those magic archers alive. And that's a good set of stab goblins out of Renan Cava with the log. But Fisherman goes right on through, and check that. An uncontested hog gets on the tower on the left-hand side. Going to be a whole lot of damage. 788, final minute, triple elixir. Samuel currently in control here in game number 3. Magic Archer holding court in the middle. EQ log combo, but no EQ damage on tower. So Renan Cava spending 5 to get the Magic Archer off the board, essentially. Getting no damage out of it. No tower damage out of it. And now nice geometry here from the Magic Archer in that bottom right-hand corner, 450. This hog needs to do some work right now. And take a look at that. Fisherman does not grab him. A little bit of life here for Renan Cava. How does he play defense here and get on tower? That's the hard part. He's going to have to throw a hog, but he can't because the Fisherman's going to do... No, nothing here for the Fisherman. EQ trying to make enough room. Is the spell cycle going to get in time? No, it is not. 516 to 450. Samuel holds on to win game number 3. GG, well played. Samuel with a good one here. And you saw Renan Cava just sitting back as long as he could with that bomb tower. Interesting hog deck here for the Brazilian against the pig deck of the other Brazilian. So we'll see what our next one's going to be. We'll pop out here for a second. Kudo, you got a baby dragon stuffy yesterday. Nice work, dude. Guess what? I got a baby dragon stuffy right here. And now you do too. We both have baby dragon stuffies. You know what? In fact, I actually have another one still in the bag. Completely inside the plastic. Untouched. That I will be giving away in a future giveaway. If you haven't yet on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe. It's a great way to get in on a future giveaway. Adriel, as mentioned earlier, made a bit of a splash on the competitive scene with his #1 finish in the I Stay Home Cup 2 earlier this year. And of course, he'd already performed well in the Moreno Cup 4 with a #2 finish back in 2018. Talented young player. Beniju, of course, has been with Team Queso his entire competitive career. Came up through their system, much like many Team Queso players. I mean, he goes back deep into the second season of Superliga Orange with Team Queso back in 2018. And, of course, has been with their CRL team all 4 seasons. When is OYASSU playing? I don't know the exact schedule. You guys can go to Appgrade, one of our sponsors. You see our list of sponsors at the bottom right hand. Appgrade, the middle sponsor, APPGRADE. Appgrade. You can get all the schedules and stuff. Nice prediction from Adriel. Oh my word. What a beautiful one. Read that Fisherman like a book. Snowball came in from the future and gets that tower into huge trouble on the left-hand side. Great, great play by the young kid. I got to remember that one for next time I play this matchup. What a snowball. And you have to expect it, right? I mean, that's just knowing the matchup and keeping track of the cycle. And that's a great prediction. Great, great prediction. And notice also that Adriel's running we talked about this earlier, the Stab Gob version as opposed to the Skeletons version. Going to take a little bit of damage from this balloon on the right-hand side, but not too much. He'll still be in control with 30 seconds left. What a great prediction from Adriel. Going to set up the bomb tower to the inside. Easy control there. And there you go. EQ, log, left-hand lane, tower down, Adriel. Doing it with style in game number 1. GG, well played. Let's go check out the stats, and then I'll go ahead and talk to the chat here for a moment. Some questions from the Trovo chat. Kudo asking, Rich, what do you think about the swap for goblets for skeletons in this hog deck? You get some more DPS and some more beefiness. It does make this deck a little better against Graveyard, which can be challenging. So I do like that, especially if you think you're up against a Graveyard player. Is any one player dominating these different brackets? Sorry, I haven't followed all the leaderboards. This is just the group stage, so there is no bracket yet. Go to Appgrade for all your information on this one. Ruben and Anaban, the other 2 players, finished 6-1. I think that's correct. Yeah, that snowball was fire. What country is Adriel from? He is from the Dominican Republic, from the DR. No ban from Beniju, so we'll get into our next game here in a moment. Hey, Gavin. Huge, huge sub there. Thank you so much for the sub over on the Trovo chat, man. I really do appreciate it. New sub, hype. Trovo popping off. Over on the YouTube chat, let me see if there's any questions. Is Boeufmac playing today? Yes. Here's the list of all the players today. You can check that out for a moment. As we go ahead and get ready for our game number 2. How old is Adriel? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure of his exact age. I believe he's 16 though, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Not entirely sure. Here we go. Game number 2 coming in just a moment. Do I like jazz? Yes, I do. This might be controversial. I'm a bigger fan. I'm a bigger fan of Coltrane. I guess saying you like John Coltrane isn't that controversial, but of the famous jazz musicians, Coltrane's my favorite. Did Ricardo get the casting job? He wasn't going to cast. He's not going to be a caster, but as a support analyst, he hasn't reached out to me. I didn't get a DM, so Ricardo came in, dropped a bunch of fun facts, and then I said, hey, you can get a job potentially just providing facts like these for CRL. And then, yeah, nothing. Did Schwarzen announce his CRL team? He did not. So Adriel running Graveyard. Again, I need to make an FAQ thing, but I have not answered this question yet. My go-to ladder deck this season is Hog Triple Spell, but I do like playing Loon Cycle in general. Yeah, Rodrigo Moza, Rodrigo Loza, that was the guy. Don't know where he went. Three split here for Beniju. Did TNT make it? Yes, TNT did qualify. Right, I'm 95% sure TNT qualified for the next phase. Could be wrong. Ram Rider connects on the right-hand side, taking the lead back here for Beniju as we go a little deeper into game number 2. We're into double elixir time. Beniju's personal best, 8,053 for the Spaniard. And of course has 2 pretty big championships under his belt with Team Queso. The first one being the CRL EU Championship in 2018. But secondly, and people seem to forget this a little bit, the No Tilt League Special Edition earlier this year, which had a significant prize pool. I believe they won between $15,000 and $20,000. No small chunk of change they picked down there. I don't remember the exact prize pool from that event. But pretty significant win there in that special edition. Currently behind Adriel here as we go into sudden death overtime. Dual lane possibilities from Beniju, but Adriel can certainly switch lanes a little bit faster with that graveyard. Fireball into the right-hand side, and a nice little fireball NATO combo from Benny to get the Ice Whiz out of the way. Clean play from Beniju, and just like that, he takes the lead back, 11:77 to 12:35, with about a minute and a half remaining. Benny has done all of this, or Adriel's done all of this with no graveyards yet. Saw someone point that out in the chat there as well. And I like Beniju not forcing fireballs on tower, instead trying to win the battle near the river. Good decision making right now from Benny. Adriel's been doing some esports this year in 2020. Playing in the SSG Cup, making it to the top 8 with a Peruvian team. Here we go, Ram Rider catching the right-hand side. Beniju putting that dangerously close to spell cycle range. And now with triple elixir on, Adriel pulls the trigger on the graveyard. And again, good patient fireballs from Benny, controlling the action rather than trying to rush his way into tower damage on the right-hand side. And here we go, Ram Rider, mostly for pressure here. Cage will go high. Force out a lot of elixir on that side. And those skeleton dragons should connect, and one does, gets one down, a second one down. Can it beat the graveyard? Fireball trying to do it, does not. 79 HP remains. The fireball does not get there in time, and Adriel wins it 2-0. GG, well played. What a crazy finish there for the young player from the DR. It really looked like Beniju had that one. Fireball could not get there in time. Graveyard just ran right through that left-hand tower. $79 HP loss. Skeleton Dragon's just not quite able to do it. Coming up next, Canario, Renan Cava, what was supposed to be our opening match of the day, now coming on back. And Fake Royal Giant with the GG well played. Thank you so much, Fake Royal Giant. You are a giant amongst regular-sized people. Huge, huge dono in the Trovo chat. Has Colton retired from the game? Colton is now a content creator, no longer playing competitively. What's the hardest name ever to pronounce in CRL? Nomisu, who's we had to get his name pronunciation down for CRL Worlds, but Nomisu is probably one of the hardest ones. Here we go, jumping into game number 1, Renan Cava and Canario. Let's go. Adriel having some great performances, man. Looking like to be Mortar Skeleton Barrel for Renan Cava. And Giant Skelly Loon for Canario. This is the slightly off meta, or slightly second level meta for Balloon in this current meta right now. You know, the number 1 deck is the 6 Loon. Number 2 deck is Loon Cycle still with Fisherman for some reason, but I don't like that one. And number 3 is this one, which I believe runs Miner as well. I think it's Miner Giant Skeleton Loon. Musketeer not going to walk into the bomb, and she stays alive. That's really big for the Brazilian Renan Cava at this stage. Renan Cava's journey through CRL has taken into a few different places. Played with Vodafone Giants in 2018 in the fall Latin America season of Clash Royale League, where they finished 5th. Renan Cava putting up a 52% win rate that season, over in 31 games. Went 16 and 15 in the CRL Latin America campaign. And then since then has been with Pain Gaming, although rumor is not the case anymore. 2 seasons with Pain. And someone, Rodrigo did give us an interesting note the other day that Renan Cava has, in 4 seasons of CRL, always finished 1 position out of playoffs between his season with Vodafone Giants and 3 seasons with Pain. So kind of a rough go there for Renan Cava. Canario, of course, started off his CRL career in a very different jersey with G2 Esports, where he was sort of the centerpiece of G2. And much like Renan Cava, in that season, Canario did make playoffs, but finished 1 position with G2, or 2 positions out of going to the World Finals. G2 Esports finishing 3rd place in EU that season, and then, of course, moving over to Team Liquid, joining Surgical Goblin and Diego B, and eventually Igor for a CRL Western Championship in the spring, and then a World Championship in the fall. So it's GY, not Loon. I called that one wrong from Canario. Interesting variation here. Giant Skeleton Graveyard was popular at one point in CRL. It was a Splash Yard variation that went beyond and became pretty popular for a minute. Of course, that Giant Skeleton Graveyard deck was the one that caused Javi Catorze so many problems in the end of the spring season. I think it was the spring season of last year. We need a Snowball on this on the left-hand side. Snowball a half step late. A lot of damage. 619 in the left-hand lane. Renan Cava firmly in control here. 1 Graveyard can change everything, and we are in triple elixir, so keep an eye on that. Canario, though, forced to keep spending these Giant Skeletons to the left-hand side and win these bridge battles if he can. So full Poison Graveyard on that left-hand tower. Musketeer, though, not going to get touched by the poison. That's a good hunter out of Canario, though. Controls both the Giant Skeleton and, of course, Mortar not getting on tower. Here we go, final 20 seconds. I don't know if there's enough time for Canario to come back in this one. That Fireball might be the one that seals it. Final 12 seconds here. Gonna have to try to pull a Graveyard out if he can. Not gonna happen. That's gonna be it. Renan Cava wins game 1. Canario never able to get into the 3rd gear and start putting real damage on tower. GG, well played. We're going to update on those stats in just 1 second here. There we go. So game number 1 does go to Renan Cava. Canario banning the Musketeer in game 2. Musketeer, super popular. She is everywhere. I don't know the exact notes, the exact numbers, but her use rate is certainly skyrocketed this season. No questions at all. So getting ready for our next game. Renan Cava up 1. Those of you watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for notifications, all that fun stuff. Make sure you don't miss a moment of this tournament. Day 5 of 12. We have 3 more days coming up of the group stage. Tomorrow we have IMJP, Javi Catorze, Belican, Razor, Ali, Thomas, Yosoi, Rick, and Puddin. Then, of course, the last day of the group stage, So King, Surge, and Morton all in the same group. A lot of history there in Group H. And popping out here for 1 second just to give an eye on our current standings right now. As you can see, over on this side, 3 players currently 1-0. Have not yet seen Boeufmac or OYASSU. I believe OYASSU should be coming up fairly soon here. Supposed to be next on our overall schedule for the day, so we'll see if he does get in here at that time. Let's go jump into game number 2 of KaNaRiOoo Renan Cava. Yes, Super Chat does donate money to me. That is correct, Ugarte. Super Chats are super cool. I do love them. When were the Group G matches? Group G will be in 2 days, Daksh. Omotayo predicting OYASSU won't run 2.6. We'll see. Renan Cava looking like he's running 3.0 X-Bow. Could be running an Ice Bow as well. Either way, we're seeing some Fred out of Renan Cava. And Goblin Giant Sparky here for KaNaRiOoo. So it is Ice Bow for Renan Cava. The Brazilian is an 8K player, but without any major individual title to his name. Made the top 16 in the CWA Cup earlier this year. Did Renan Cava. But has had some pretty good performances overall, despite his challenges in CRL. Has had some big moments. Swept Complexity twice in King of the Hill, taking out Air Surfer, Vulcan, and Razor twice. So talk about skill set. 2 times he took out Air Surfer, Vulcan, and Razor in King of the Hill. Expo sets up on the right-hand side. Aggressive one from Renan Cava here in single. This should be a pretty simple matchup for Renan Cava. And getting super aggro will get that lock on tower for some significant damage early on. 1908. And of course, that rocket going to take care of Sparky every single time. Bye-bye, trash can. Hello, Ice Winds. And now Renan Cava is setting up on defense. And despite some perceptions, this Goblin Giant Sparky Rage deck is better earlier in the game when it's harder to respond to. The longer this goes, the more Renan Cava will be able to pull away with Rocket Cycle and, of course, always have his answers. Looks like KaNaRiOoo going to start off his Group E run 0-4 in games, 0-2 in matches. Could be something here, though. Renan Cava maybe overcommits a little bit, a little low on Elixir. Will take some significant damage here. Man, the curse is real. I cannot ever call a game for somebody because they're gonna lose the moment I do. GG, well played. KaNaRiOoo comes back, gets the win. La Mufa, La Mufa, La Mufa. Shout out Koji-san. I really cannot call a GG. Someone could have 1 HP on their tower and their opponent has Fireball and 10 Elixir. And I could still, if I call it, it will go the other way. Overly aggressive from Renan Cava. Did not need to do it. Yeah, that should be a 100-0 matchup for IceBow. So Egan Lee saying, calling it a little too soon. If you don't get over aggressive, I'm not. Ban is Fisherman for Renan Cava. Yeah, that matchup number is off. And I think IceBow in particular has the most inaccurate. You know, some of these matchup numbers are very, very good. Some of them are very bad. And IceBow in particular, because of how many people play IceBow and play it poorly, its numbers are way off when you look at the overall stats in the game. So bans are going to be Fisherman and Musketeer going into our next game. Now let's go take a look at the stats again one more time. And so it's not just, you see what's up here, the current stats for the group, but down below, just for fun, there are the overall country win-loss records. So if you're keeping an eye on which country is performing the best in this tournament, down there in the bottom left-hand or bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Georgie, you follow me on Twitter. Thank you very much, guys. If you do want to follow me on Twitter, there's a link in the chat. You can go ahead and pick that up. And you can get all your Clash Royale stuff and other non-Clash Royale stuff from me on Twitter. Here we go. KaNaRiOoo and Renan Cava, game number 3 coming up in just a moment. When does OYASSU play? Supposedly, next. Supposedly. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Game number 3. Let's do it. Antonio, thank you very much for your subscription. Do appreciate it. An easy pickup there for KaNaRiOoo, and logs in to make this even easier. Maybe hog triple spell here for the Spaniard from the Canary Islands up against double bait. So I shouldn't call these early, but this is not a bad matchup situation for KaNaRiOoo. I guess it does depend on all the pieces that Renan Cava has, obviously, but oh, interesting. Archers. Very interesting going Archers, rather, I guess Musketeer's banned, so you can play Archers. Why not? Maybe he's playing, he's going not with the Valk version, but with the Knight version. I have a beard that's just trimmed down. I trimmed it 2 notches too low. I forgot to check my beard trimmer, so my beard is lower than it's supposed to be. We'll see what the rest of Renan Cava's construction looks like in this one. Dark Goblin put some work on the left-hand side, 1864. KaNaRiOoo currently with the lead, hog in. And there you go. There is an Inferno Tower. Waiting to see what the building was going to be. Inferno Tower for Renan Cava. We'll see what KaNaRiOo's long-term plan is there to deal with the Inferno Tower. Does require some additional expenditure from KaNaRiOoo to get significant damage on the left-hand side. But it's so hard for Renan Cava to break through as well. Snowball for a little bit extra room. Hog Rider not going to get a hit, but a lot of damage here. 1142 on the left-hand side. Log to protect the Dark Goblin and get a little more chip on that Bomb Tower and the Princess Tower. KaNaRiOoo going to log here. And reads those low goblins perfectly. Here we go. Sudden death overtime. About a 500 plus HP lead right now for the Team Liquid player over Renan Cava of Brazil. And that's going to be a huge chunk. Great job outcycling 206 on the left-hand side. And KaNaRiOoo just has to play some defense for a moment and will get the win. Without too much difficulty. EQ to the left-hand side, snowball in, GG well played. KaNaRiOoo takes it in 3. One thing about KaNaRiOoo as a player is he doesn't get stressed out. He doesn't get freaked, doesn't get tilted really. He's ice cold. And that's so important for a player to perform at the highest level. When you don't get nervous, the ability for you to perform gets so much bigger and so much better. Better decision making, better control, better placement. Nerves, such a huge part of success in this game. Kudo asking in the Trovo chat, why does CRL East and West always have different order of sets? I mean, unfair for East to do 2v2 1v1 King of the Hill during World Finals, right? Isn't East currently doing 2v2 1v1 King of the Hill? Well, Sam, ladder is different than competitive. Ladder is certainly different than competitive. Yeah, that deck spell cycles very nicely for KaNaRiOoo. So there you go. Standings currently KaNaRiOoo 1-1. I think we're going to do Beniju versus Lucas here in a moment. Maybe Boeufmac. Maybe we're waiting on getting OYASSU tracked down. It is middle of the night or early morning, but I need your definition for OYASSU right now. So we'll see if we can get OYASSU in here. Is OP Sam in this tournament? No, he is not. Of the Germans, you have Schwarzen, Wolfstochter, and Morton. Are the only 3 Germans in the tournament this time around? Hey, Hippie Juan, thanks. Good to see you here in Trovo. And guys, if you're watching on YouTube, I am co-streaming on Trovo as well. You can come join there if you like. We're getting ready for our next game here in a moment. Guys, some of these games will take place off stream in order to keep the pace going. You can follow all the action on AppGrade as well. Hugo asking, are Diego B and Diego E the same player? No, Diego B, formerly of Team Liquid, now rumored to be part of Chivas Esports. Diego E as a player for Cream Royale Betis. So 2 different Diegos. I don't know if you know this, but Diego is a moderately common name. More than one person is named Diego, and then B and E are also different letters. So, you know, that works out like that sometimes, you know? Think that people are different. You get it. Here's today's groups. No Diegos in today's groups. Shocker, shocker. Can I send the AppGrade link? I can't find it anywhere. I don't know where I would find the AppGrade link. AppGrade is in the App Store. So go into the App Store, put in AppGrade, and there you go. Why is Boeufmac versus OYASSU not on cam? It's going to be great. It's supposed to be on cam. They just aren't here right now, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and check this. But I believe that they aren't actually here at the moment. Double checking right now. I know Boeufmac is in clan. I'm not even sure if OYASSU is currently in clan because he might be asleep. Again, this is one of the challenges. People ask a lot about why there aren't more Eastern players in some of these Western tournaments. Time differences are hard to deal with. Hard to deal with. So we'll see if OYASSU does end up making it. Here we go. Beniju and Lucas. Whose picture is missing? That would be OYASSU's. LucasXgamer and Beniju. Talking about LucasXgamer overall. Very talented ladder player. Official. I don't know all of his unofficial ladder finishes. but officially does have a number 1 and 2 number 3s and a number 4 on his main account for ladder. Add into that a first-place finish in the Moreno Cup 5, followed by a third-place finish in the Moreno Cup 3. And you got some talent there out of the young Brazilian. Explained. Subscribe, but no shout-out. I didn't see the alert there explained, but thanks for the sub on YouTube. Appreciate it. So, minor Musk Loon for LucasXgamer, which I'm kind of surprised by. A little surprised there by that one. But is what it is. It's just has not been performing well in this meta. And I don't know what the reason is. I just know some players talked about it. Air Surfer talking about it. Dippet's giving some info on that. The Air Surfer said it's not good in this meta. So, looking like it's probably 6 Loon for Beniju because we have not seen the snowball yet, but maybe he's just sitting on the snowball for when Lucas does play Balloon. That's the other possibility. Oh, it is the snowball version because he would have the Royal Recruits in instead of the Barbarian. Fake Capolati asking, do I think Lucas is good enough for CRL? I've heard rumors he's getting looked at. So whether I think he's good enough for CRL is irrelevant. I have heard rumors that Lucas is getting some attention from some CRL teams that are looking to update their rosters. Balloon not going to connect. Death damage on the right-hand side. What did I hear? Maybe I'm wrong on the Lucas stuff, but I did hear, so I feel like I heard a rumor somewhere about Lucas getting some attention. I don't know if he's old enough, actually, now that I think about it. 1224 left-hand side for Beniju. That raged up Balloon trying to get the tower on the right-hand side. Not going to do it, but a ton of damage. While Lucas was defending the right-hand side, a ton more on the left. Do I play while casting? Asked Dadizio. No, that's impossible. But you can't do either one well. Balloon, can it escape from this Musketeer on the on the left-hand side? No, it cannot. We'll get death damage here. I see exactly, thanks for the sub there, Ryan, on YouTube. Connection on the left-hand side, and that's going to be tower down. In this matchup, Minor Musk Loon is a better matchup. In this particular matchup, and I'm gonna go and join on with what Dip was saying. I don't like this version of Loon Cycle that Beniju ran. I think that Fisherman needs to come out in favor of a building. What building specifically? Not entirely sure. Goblin Cage could be an option. Bomb Tower could be an option. Just don't love this version, though, with Fisherman. I don't think it synchronizes. I don't think it has good, whatchamacallit, synergy. Does not synergize well. Synchronize well. Ding dong. Doesn't synergize well. Lucas is crushing it pretty well so far. Beniju's band going to be the Musketeer. Game number 2 on its way in just a moment. How old did it be for CRL West is one question from Ian Lee in the YouTube chat. 16 years old is the minimum. And here we go, game number 2. Haven't seen a lot of Bandit yet today. Here we go. Bandit from both sides in game number 2. We'll see how these two decks start to look different as time goes on. Heal Spirit with a bait deck is so interesting. Now you're seeing why. Rascal's Bait with Heal Spirit for Beniju. What a strange one. Explained asking, who's your personal favorite of all time? Personal favorite what there, explained. Add on more to your question and I will answer it. So a Cannon Cart Rascal's Bait for Beniju. Is this some sort of weird variation of a little Chen deck? Are we going to see a Royal Giant in here as well? That would make no sense. Just the Heal Spirit's such a weird card in this deck. I guess it gives the Cannon Cart a little bit extra juice if it can get to the bridge. Cannon Cart and the Rascals. My personal favorite pro player. Oh, that's a hard one to answer. Gotta think about that one. Arafat saying, Beniju playing the deck I used to play in summer 29, mixed bridge spam and bait. Interesting deck here from Benny. Bandits will meet on the right-hand side. Patrick surmising the last cards for Benny are a small spell and rocket. Not impossible. I mean, Rascal's Bait's been around. Rascal's Bait with Cannon Cart instead of Prince. So Snowball, a small spell. Ram Rider will connect. 1783 on the right-hand side. So LucasXgamer so far pitching a shutout. Beniju having trouble doing much of anything. And look at that. Heal Spirit Bandit combo to just shut down that Goblin Bear. A little bit of an over-expenditure from Benny to pick up and correct some errors here. And just no answer right now for the Spaniard. Lucas has been completely in control the entire time. And a lot of that has been Beniju maybe stretching himself a bit thin here on occasion. Gonna take the first touch of damage with just 80 seconds left in the game here, does Lucas. Here goes the Heal Spirit. Cannon Cart now trying to get through, not gonna do it. Does not stay on its legs, and a ton of fireball value here at the bridge. Lucas has generally done a good job of not getting caught out by the rhythm of this bait deck, but now to 16:02, Beniju finally starting to get back in this one. And pressure on now. Magic Archer does not get geometry on the right-hand side. Huge for the Spaniard. And now Ram Rider at the bridge. Lumberjack behind. Look at the way that the Lumberjack's going to get in front of the Ram Rider here. Rocket misses the Lumberjack. And Lucas going to put on a huge lead here. And now Beniju forced to spend more on defense. That's going to be it, folks. Can I call a GG here? Am I allowed? GG, well played. Lucas does it into Beniju with a couple key errors. Lucas all over it. And here's the stats view provided by Royale API. Not a lot of matchup data here. And yeah, looks like we don't have OYASSU yet. And as a reminder, guys, I believe Clone is globally banned for now because of the glitch in Clone. So you will not be seeing Clone today. Not going to be around. If you wanted to see Clone today, you're not going to see it. That rocket was a rough one there. So coming up next, what's the glitch? There's some weird glitches with Clone right now where Clone cards like don't die at the right time and stay alive. If you look up Clone stuff or look at pros on Twitter, there's a whole bunch of videos of like Clone skeleton barrels in particular. Like the Clone sits there and then doesn't die, doesn't drop, and there's some really weird stuff. Rich being too closely associated with CRL seems to underestimate semi-pros. I don't know, man. I think I give the semi-pros a lot of credit where credit's due. I've put a lot of them on pretty heavily, so I don't know. I get it. Here's the thing: I'll say this is everyone accuses me of bias against. I get like comments like, "What a biased commentary about a game," and I'll watch the game again and be like, "I said I did not lean one way or the other the entire game." I think people hear like the way that they hear, if that makes any sense. But who knows? Do as you will. Here we go. Boeufmac and Adriel. Game 1. How can you even play without Clone? Asks Canadian 3000. I have no idea. Renan Cava just tweeted about a weird bug that messed up his deck choice. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean it's a big, huge update. A lot of little things to get worked out here at the moment. I don't know if it's a heal sprint one. I think the Clone has its own weird little glitch right now. If you check it out on Twitter, of course, you'll see it. Yeah, OYASSU has not been on yet. Well, we have less than a week left in this meta. And I gotta say, I'm ready for a change and I'm excited. Yeah, Joshua K. People decide I'm biased on the weirdest things, but you know, I used to commentate mixed martial arts. That was how I got my start in doing professional commentary. Sitting cage side for fights in Southern California. And I remember one time a professional or a competitive fighter that I knew posted on his personal Facebook, about how biased my commentary was on one of his fights. And about how I didn't talk about on a fight that he lost, by the way. I didn't talk about all the leg kicks that he did. I went and rewatched the fight, and over 3 rounds, he landed 5 leg kicks. I commented on 2 of them, but was more focused on how every time he leg kicked someone, he got punched in the face, which I didn't bring up a whole lot during the fight. So, you know, people have their views. Why they say eyewitness testimony not very reliable in court, because people view things through their own lens. Mega Knight leaps on the right-hand side. Big connection here for the Dominican Republic player. And Adriel taking control of the lead in double elixir time. RG going to get 2 shots on the right-hand side. 2 huge shots, 8:38 remaining. Adriel with a slight elixir lead as we approach sudden death overtime. We'll see what Boeufmac does. Might fireball here. The question is, does he put it on the Musketeer? That'd be my suspicion. Decides not to use the fireball, going to save it. Maybe win a bridge battle. We'll see. Was a little low on elixir. Doesn't want to get caught out. Smart play from the Brit. And that Mega Knight taking a lot of attention, so a second E-Wiz comes down on defense for Boeufmac. 8:38 to 6:20. Final 90 seconds coming up. Getting close to triple elixir. We'll see if Adriel can play defense long enough to start getting that big triple elixir rotation for Graveyard. One big shot in, 584 on the right-hand side. Fisherman does go down to the Musketeer, but nothing comes across to help support that Graveyard push. About 232 HP difference between Boeufmac and Adriel. Now the fireball starts coming in on that Musketeer. Royal Giant just barely misses getting on tower. That could be huge. Bar barrel high to get the Musketeer off the board. Boeufmac gonna have to throw a lot of value into this poison and hope he can get some damage on this push, and this push right here might not matter. Skeleton's trying to get there, 34 HP. Another poison would do it. Fireball trying to make room here for Boeufmac on the right-hand side. RG gets one shot, doesn't get the second shot. 158 remains. Adriel takes game number 1. Well played by the young player out of the DR. Getting a win over a very, very well-known player in Boeufmac, who is one of the many players who later in his career seems to be turning towards a 2v2 focus. And his partner in 2v2 over on on Tribe Gaming, Azelis, did the same thing. Boeufmac banning Musketeer, no longer on the board for the remainder of this best of 3 match. But Adriel now with a big win. Great play so far from Adriel. So a chance to go 2-0 to start off his group stage here in Group E, the 5th of our 8 groups. And a win over Boeufmac to add to his list would be huge, especially because Boeufmac's one of those guys who might be challenging for a top 4 spot later on, and head-to-head is the first tiebreaker, so keep that in mind. As you're keeping an eye on Adriel, of course, the win over Beniju as well already. A quick 2-0 in that one, so we'll see what happens in game number 2. Musketeer band as we jump into the action. Boeufmac getting ready for his 5th season in CRL. This will come up this fall. Spent 2 seasons with Tribe Gaming, including winning the CRO Western Championship in the spring season of 2019. And then made a huge move to Energy in that summer. And you can kind of see, those of you, if you follow the competitive scene at the World Cyber Games in Xi'an, China, it was actually rumored that Boeufmac might be going to join Space Station, or at that time, Immortals. He was spending a lot more time with his friends from Immortals than he was with Team Liquid at that point, and it seemed like the writing was on the wall. Boeufmac was ready for a new challenge and a new place where he could really shine as a head-to-head player. Went over to Energy, where, I mean, they renamed Energy Team Boeufmac, jokingly speaking. And he went on a run with Energy, put up the most head-to-head, or most King of the Hill, or let's put it this way, let's leave these numbers. In the fall split of CRL West from 2019, had the most games and sets won in 1v1, had the most King of the Hill wins, and the most overall head-to-head wins, 22 and 12 in that season, making him one of the most sought-after free agents going into 2020. And of course, he ended up at Tribe Gaming, where he's still a King of the Hill contender, but primarily playing 2v2 with his teammate Azelis. They went 5-0 in sets, 10-3 in games. Excess Butter, what do you think about having players' ages in the HUD overlay? I wouldn't mind it. That'd be easy for me. Very curious to see what Adriel's overall esports future holds. So far, hasn't had a real shot at the next level. Maybe his performance in the Space Station Gaming Cup will give him some more opportunities. I don't know. I haven't followed to see if he's on a no-till league team for this upcoming season. Someone in the chat knows that. That'd be good information to have. Pigs go with a 3-1 split for Boeufmac as we go into the final 10 seconds of regulation time. Sudden death on its way. Adriel running a very popular, very classic version of Graveyard. It seems like no matter what the meta, this one still survives. Maybe you change out the bomb tower for something else on occasion. Maybe change out the Knight for a Valk on occasion, but in general, this overall vision of Graveyard, Baby Dragon, Ice Wiz, NATO, it persists. Used to see it with Tombstone before Tombstone got nerfed. Nice Barb Barrel there from Adriel to take care of the Heal Spear on the left-hand side, but Piggies will still do a ton of damage with that bomb tower not available. Graveyard into the right-hand lane. Maybe just choosing to spend a little bit less on that one. Latak with some information in the Trovo chat. The no-tilt league qualifiers are, I'll read this after the game. Let's focus on the gameplay here for the next minute, and I'll read that after the game is over. Bomb tower working on the Pigs on the left-hand side, 7:04 remaining. Triple Elixir is when this Graveyard deck can shine. Let's see if Adriel can get enough in rhythm to do it. 6-man does come out, but a nice NATO to pull them all together with that Baby Dragon doing work, and now just about 800 HP separating these two. Graveyard in one more time. Barb Barrel gets across the tank just a little bit. Will it be enough to do that much in terms of value? Poison on the Magic Archer. Adriel needs a bomb tower, but one recruit sneaks on through on the left-hand side. Doesn't matter, 37 HP down on the bottom left-hand side here. Magic Archer going for some geometry. Adriel with a chance to win, but in a little bit of trouble here, not gonna happen. Adriel gets the poison down. GG, well played. The 2-0 over Boeufmac. Very well played from Adriel, who I believe now, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats, but we'll also look at the standings here in a moment. Yeah, Adriel's coming out party was that, I guess was that win at the I Stay Home Cup back in the spring of this year. I cast for that one. The kid looked great there. Looks great now. So a little update here from Latak on the No-Tilt League. Says No-Tilt League qualifiers are going on for the fall season right now. None of the regular season teams have announced their rosters for Cream Royale Betis Academy. Although some people know the rosters on the down low, is what Latak says. Like me is what he says. So Latak might have some insider information. Of course, that gets around all the time. And as you can see, so far, Adriel 2-0 in his campaign here in the group stage, and a win over Boeufmac again, like I said before, since head-to-head is the first tiebreaker, a very important win. Let's go ahead and jump into Beniju and Renan Cava. And a huge, hey, look at that, Link with the sub over on Trovo. Thank you very much, Link, for the sub. Do appreciate that. Welcome to the gang, gold letters. DM me for your friend link. And of course, you get light privileges when the light is actually being used. By the way, is the light even on right now? The light is not on. Link, you have light color privileges. Corona Clash Royale with a little of information over on the YouTube chat. Adriel's been around since CCGS, but he was like 13. Used his dad's photo to get in, but they caught him. That's really funny. He fake ID'd his way into CCGS. Is hilarious. Is hilarious. No one has missed OYASSU, guys. OYASSU has not played yet. Beniju going with probably the most popular mortar deck right now. Now that Miner's not super powerful, other mortar variations are more popular, and this is the one. the Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck. RG to the right-hand side for Renan Cava. Zach, I did watch it. $17.23 left-hand side, a $22.80 on the right. And that's a lot of damage from that little barb. Dana Potato asking in the YouTube chat, do I prefer this RG with Skelly Drags or E-Wiz and Log or Barb Barrel? I don't play this one. I prefer the non-log one because the log one counters me better. Chaku Ram asking, it's recently go fully into casting to this extent. What's the deciding factor? Honestly, like I have more time to do it right now because I am able to focus more on content creating and casting because my career's getting better. So there you go. As my career's improved and my channel's grown, I don't have to work on other stuff as much. That's about it. Miner is still good, says Not That Dominator. Just use like a defensive card. Yeah, Miner's still good, but not as strong as it used to be, so not as popular. Hey, Sandy, with the 10-pound donation, the super chat for more burritos, and I do appreciate it. Huge. Massive. Although today we're not talking about burritos, we're talking about sushi. And let me tell you something. Of course, I like the good salmon sushi. Throw a little tuna in there. Spicy tuna hand roll. There's one by the Super League studio offices down in Santa Monica that I go to with the Super League team sometime. A real great sushi spot with a brilliant tuna, spicy tuna hand roll that we like there. Might be bluefin tuna, actually. Beniju way ahead in this one. Final 90 seconds remaining. Just too fast and enough DPS to deal with those Royal Giants. Hippie1 asks, have I had eel? Of course I've had eel. Like a good freshwater eel. Mortar picks up the Royal Giant, high with the Knight. That's good fireball. Oh no, it misses the Musketeer. That was a good idea of a fireball, but missed the Musketeer. Renan Cava trying to fight between a rock and a hard place, and you can see the results. Final minute, triple elixir on the way. $5.34 right-hand side. $7.35 left-hand side. Beniju not going to take the foot off the gas here and just sit back and play defense because wants to make sure he forces his opponent to spend some elixir on defense himself. Royal Giant to the right-hand side. Mortar will pull. Skeleton Barrel to do some tankage and some DPS if it does fall. Not going to go down, though, so Musketeer has to come out, and Skeletons do come back to help out. The RG not going to connect on the right-hand side. Tower goes down on the left-hand side, and there you go. GG, well played. What tournament did Adriel beat Morton in? That would be the I Stay Home Cup. All right, let's go ahead and answer some chat questions. All right, we're waiting on... Oh, our next matchup is going to be... Or Benny and Renan Cava, is that taking place off-stream? Are we finally doing the off-stream matches? Let me take a look. Oh, no, we're into it. Okay, we're going to join Benny and Renan Cava in progress. Or was that already Benny and Renan Cava? And I'm just all over the place. No, we're joining them in progress. Did I just totally get lost here? Oh, yeah, someone can help Charlie in the Trovo chat with the notes for getting on in the clan. That'd be great. Is the R pronounced like an H in Spanish? No, Renan Cava is Brazilian, so they speak Portuguese. moves here. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, there we go. I was rewatching. I was like, what's happening? Here we are. Now we're in the correct one. I was accidentally rewatching. All right, let me go ahead. Didn't I have 2K subs before No Till? Yeah, I mean, I've grown from under 2,000 subs on YouTube to pushing for 11,000. So that's been really cool. And yeah, I do appreciate everyone's support towards all this. My first love, and I'll be honest, my first love is 100% stand-up. But between the climate that we're currently in, there's not a lot of stand-up happening. And honestly, I just don't want to be away from my family as much as a road career in stand-up comedy requires. So, casting some Clash Royale, having fun with you guys is a great thing to do as well. Balloon connects on the left-hand side, and we've already seen this matchup today between this exact Lumberloon Cycle deck from Beniju and this Minor Musk Loon deck from Renan Cava. And the Minor Musk Loon deck won out the first time. We'll see if it happens again. Right now, though, it is Beniju with a pretty significant lead in damage. We'll see if that continues, and so far it is. That's going to be tower down left-hand side. Beniju just smashing early on. Ryan B, have I ever accepted a battle while streaming an event? Yep, 100% have. Most definitely have, and that's no fun. No fun for anyone. There you go, GG. Why is this overlay not updating? Hold on. Come on. All right, well, I'll get you guys more of that in just a minute. That's a 2-0 win for Benny over Renan Cava. And now I believe our next matchup on stream is going to be Samuel versus Adriel. Hey, Ugarte, thank you very much for the support and the super chat on YouTube. Boo, do appreciate that. Hey, Dadizio, thanks for hanging out. Do appreciate it, as always. Am I casting tomorrow? I'm casting the whole way through this thing, folks. I'll be here from top to bottom, from beginning to end, all the way through. I'll be here for you. And speaking of things here for you, over on this side, the current standings, LucasXgamer and Adriel, the 2 O's at the moment. Renan Cava 0-3. Rough start for him. Here's a top-tier matchup for you. Samuel Basoto up against Boeufmac. This is going to be a fun one, folks. I think that's a new profile picture, a new Tribe Gaming picture for Boeufmac. Like to see it. Iron Titan, how much longer will the stream be? About 2 hours. White Shadow. Rich Slaton, you're like Brendan Schaub. Oh, don't say that, White Shadow. Ellie, I bet you're more funny and a better fighter. He's awful comedy MMA. He's a much better fighter than I am. Brendan Schaub could kill me very quickly, and I'm a much better comedian than Brendan Schaub is. So there you go. I'm a much better stand-up comic than Brendan Schaub. He's a much better fighter than I am, and much better football player than I am. Desi saying you came for OYASSU. A lot of people did. We'll see OYASSU eventually, I think. It's bad time for, of course, for the Eastern players. Yeah, I have not seen this Boeufmac photo before with this with the Fonzie here. Looking snazzy is the Brit. Basoto, they can't seem to find him a Space Station jersey. Haven't seen a lot of Sparky today. I think this is only our second time seeing Sparky at this stage. Of course, we have seen a pile of Royal Giants. Sparky should not get a connection here. No, it won't. Log takes care of business, and now Samuel with the counter push. And going to take a lot of shots here is Boeufmac. That's going to be a 3-shotter out of that Royal Giant. And this should be pretty easily cleaned up by Samuel. Fisherman running away wasn't good for him. The zap tried to predict the skeletons, but a nice inside skeletons from Samuel rather than the surround. So Boeufmac went for a smart play. Samuel went for a smarter play. And that should be a win here for the Brazilian. 186. Gonna log, play a little bit of defense here, fireball to clean things up. So you saw there, Boeufmac going for the high IQ prediction attempt. Samuel knowing that was going to happen. That's the chess game right there. Not that Dominator. Still pretty new to this. This is competitive Clash Royale. Yeah, this is just a Clash Royale competition. Not that Dominator. The primary esports league for Clash Royale is called CRL. And CRL's fall season will be back this fall, with a lot of these players playing in that one on different teams like Team Liquid, Tribe Gaming, Space Station Gaming, SK, Pain Gaming, Team Queso, Misfits, Dignitas, Cream. Did I forget anybody in that list? I might have. Chivas. Ban is Fireball for Boeufmac. This is just an off-season solo tournament. Hey, Sandy, go take care of yourself. As always, thank you very much. I'm going to come on stream for this. Sandy, thank you so much for all your modding. Please put your health first. Take care of yourself. And I'll see you back when you're rested up and whenever you want to come back. So you go ahead. Thank you so much. All your help and volunteering means a lot, and it really helps the streams and the chat go well. So thank you, Sandy. Go rest up. Everyone wish Sandy a speedy recovery. Her hand's a little hurting right now. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of Boeufmac and Samuel. Samuel is from Brazil. Yes, that is correct. Samuel's a Brazilian, despite having not played with a Brazilian team in CRL. Lakota saying they're going to take out E-Barbs. I don't think so, but E-Barbs are dumb. I don't like them. I don't think they have a real purpose in the game. They don't have a clear point of existing. And I'm not actually into E-Barbs at all, especially when E-Barbs Rage is super silly. Marsuez, thank you very much for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Prajwal predicting the Royal Giant gets slapped in the face this update. I don't think so. I think that cards that... Oh, a missed snowball from Samuel. I think cards that support RG might get slapped in the face, but not RG itself. Who came up with E-Barb's Rage? Asked Not That Dominator. My guess is Lucifer, and not the guy who pops in on the chat from India every once in a while, but I mean the actual devil is who came up with E-Barb's Rage. Ashish, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Do appreciate it. So 6 Loon here for Boeufmac. And maybe the same thing for Samuel. Of course, 2 different versions. Thanks, Venom Man, for the sub. Skeleton Dragons version in one direction and the Minions version. I play the Minions version personally. It's also because I don't have Skelly Drags maxed, so there you go. Yeah, E-Barbs have been used once in CRL. It was Wings who used them to complete a CWA challenge after Misfits was already eliminated. So that's the E-Barbs experience in Clash Royale League. Not that Dominator. I'll give you, let me go ahead and throw you, let's see if I have this available here as long as we're on this one. Guys, obviously my channel is a great home for some of these mid-season tournaments in between the big major stuff that you see happening in terms of, in particular, when CRL is not on. But, of course, Clash Royale League is the main event for Clash Royale esports. 2 splits a year. 5th split, 5th season coming up soon, and there is the link for the Clash Royale esports page. I'll throw that in both chats. If you want to follow Clash Royale esports and follow CRL, fall season coming up soon, aka this fall. So go ahead and subscribe to that link I showed you on the right-hand side. And that is for CRL, for Clash Royale esports, the official home of competitive Clash Royale. And that's officially a tower down on the right-hand side. Boeufmac evens things up against Basoto. And there you go, 6 Loon for 6 Loon. And while I play the Minions version, I do think that the Skeleton Dragons version might be better. Get that? There's no splash damage in the Minions version. Skeleton Dragons 1 does give you that. Renan Cava and Adriel in a match off stream. I'll keep you guys updated on the results for that one as they come in. But Adriel and Renan Cava, I believe they're 1 game through. Renan Cava winning 1-0. More on that as it comes in. Bans for Samuel is going to be Fisherman. So Fisherman and Fireball banned for game number 3 of Samuel and Boeufmac coming up here in just a moment. What happened with OYASSU? Well, it's like 6 a.m. in Japan or something, so we'll find out if he wakes up and comes in place. Here we go, game number 3. Ridvik, has the format for CRL West Fall Split been decided? I am not sure. The last I heard, it had been. What I don't know, and I'm honestly, I do not know. This is not even me messing around. I don't know if they are bringing duels into CRL or not. I think that they probably, I don't know if they will this season just because there's not going to be enough time to really get enough data on it. I would love to see duels in CRL. I think it's fascinating. But I believe the format is set. No comment on what it is. The one X factor would be if duels do end up getting put in, which would be super, super fun. But they might not make it until 2021. I honestly don't know, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hog triple spell for Samuel up against Graveyard for Boeufmac. Just Epic saying, isn't duels just 1v1? Yeah, as far as I know, it's just the 1v1 set, although I know that there is some interest in getting duels into competitive play if they prove to be as cool as they seem like they can be. I know I'd love to host a duels bracket. That'd be super fun to do. How is BO3 different from duels? Good question, Saketh Ram. BO3 is just what we're seeing here. It's a best of 3 games with bans, without bans, whatever it is. Duels are the new mode in Clan Wars 2 where you come up with 4 decks that cannot share any cards. And you play a best of 3 and you cannot replay any decks. So once you play a deck, it's out of that best of 3 matchup. It's really fun, really interesting, and creates some interesting stuff from an analysis and matchup standpoint. Yeah, Blastwagon, I see what you're saying about because a lot of decks have overlapping cards, but I think that it would be if duels became a big part of competitive play. And again, we have to see the data on it. But if duels did become a real part of competitive play, you'd see a shift in the competitive meta because of it. It'd be interesting. Look, I'll put it this way. If you give me a choice of putting duels into CRL versus draft, I'll take duels any day of the week over draft. So there you go, Samuel going to EQ off that right-hand side. Samuel taking the win over Boeufmac here. GG, well played. And there you go, stats coming in for this one. So Samuel taking a win over Boeufmac here. And Big Spin asking the most important question that's been addressed here on stream. He's asking in the chat right now. Boeufmac, how is your name pronounced? The question is it Boeufmac or Boeufmac? And I've heard both from a variety of people, including friends of his. So there you go. That chat's kind of funny right now. Let's see. What's the what the matchup? Not dat Dominator. You're talking about this matchup data. That is the data based on the number of games played. And you know, here's the funny. You know, I don't often show chat, but I will show chat for this one. People are asking how is Boeufmac's name pronounced. I will show this one. Boeufmac with the greatest response. So it's official, guys. Boeufmac says, "I don't know really." There you go. It's official. Even Boeufmac doesn't know how to pronounce Boeufmac. There you go. That's done. No one can argue about that one anymore. I love it. So anybody who says, Rich, you're pronouncing it wrong when I say Boof or Boof, guess what? The man himself doesn't know how to pronounce it. Boom. It's settled. It's settled. Someone screenshot that. It's settled. You know, I'm going to screenshot that right now on my iPad. It is settled. Yep, screenshot taken. Boom, there we go. Oh, the matchup was unexpected. Yeah, let's go back to that matchup again. That's really interesting. And I was talking a bit too much to really even analyze the match for how Samuel won that. This is a hard matchup. You can see the data there supports it too. Hard matchup for Samuel. Comes out with the win over Boof. And I've played this matchup a bunch myself. Cage, NATO, Ice Wiz. And without having great answers for Graveyard. Great win for Boof. All right, I believe we have our next match coming up on screen here in a moment. Yep, it's going to be Canario and Beniju. Let's get into it. Prajwa asking, is iPad or tablet allowed in CRL competitive? You can play on tablet or on phone. And for online play, you play with whatever device you're using. Typically, when you play in studio, when it's live in studio, the devices are provided by the production company, and it's whatever the production company has purchased, decided to go with for that season. In the future, is everyone in CR going to use fake Russian accents like the rest of the game industry right now? The game industry is using fake Russian accents a lot? Is that a thing? I'll give you an update on Adriel and Renan Cava in a minute. By the way, if you guys do want to keep up with those numbers on your own, you can go and check those out in AppGrade, AppGrade. Saketh, I don't know the answer to that question, actually. So this is a good matchup for Beniju against the Royal Giant. Typically the Barb Hut decks, and we'll see what the exact matchup is, but typically these Barb Hut decks do shut down the RG decks pretty well. CK asking, can I do a British accent? Well, which kind? I've done Scottish on stream often. Done a little bit of Irish here and there. What's interesting is I can read, I often read Baby Boy Slaton's stories in an exceptionally posh British accent, but I can't just throw it on when I'm talking. Oh boy, RG on the left-hand side ruining that tower, and here I am talking about how Barb Hut shuts down RG, and then KaNaRiOoo just runs right through the Barb Hut. GG, well played. KaNaRiOoo stomping all over my call. Game number 1, going to one of the two Spaniards. You kind of forget sometimes that Canario and Beniju are both from Spain. We should have an update to these stats here in just one moment. There we go. Yeah, CK, if I get one of my sons, like my son's 2 years old, a lot of the books that I read him are fun to read in an over-the-top posh British accent, but I can't just speak it for some reason. So here we go. The band is going to be the Skeleton Dragons for Beniju as we get ready for game number 2 here in just a moment. And going back to the Renan Cava Adriel matchup, it looks like, let me just go double check this. Renan Cava won that one 2-0. So Adriel does finally take a match loss here. Renan Cava gets on the board after losing his first 3 matches. Big win there for the Brazilian to stay alive in this. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Canario with match point. So looking like Hog Triple Spell for Canario and Mortar Skeleton Barrel for Benny. And Canario should have plenty of answers for the Skeleton Barrel. And of course can EQ the heck out of those mortars. So between the Snowball, the Log, and you can see already a good game from Benny. He knows this matchup. This is a brutal matchup for the Team Queso player. Always an answer for the Skeleton Barrel between the Bomb Tower, Snowball, and Log. And good luck getting a mortar connection here. Just easily controlled up top. Benny's going to try to get some value out of high mortars. Don't think it's going to work. Received pronunciation created as standardized accent. Oh, interesting. I don't know that one. So Canario, look, could I be throwing the La Moufa on here? Could Canario misplay, get something happen? Could Beniju make an amazing play? Yes. All those things could happen. More likely than not, because of this matchup, Canario's got this one pretty locked down and will move to 2-1 overall in matches, which will put him firmly up in the top 4 for the moment. A lot of all this hanging on what happens with OYASSU, though. You can see Beniju still getting some good damage on the right-hand side. There shouldn't be a ton of it, and these EQs are going to start being a problem, especially as we get deeper and deeper into this game. Canario high with the bomb tower, that'll set the line easy. Is OYASSU officially DQ'd, asked Bryce Leach? I don't know what's going on with OYASSU. We'll find out. Yesterday they did basically all of Bags matches at the end, which made my day go an extra long. Not into it. 14:54 left-hand side. Canario starting to pull ahead a little bit. Here we are in sudden death overtime, final 2 minutes. And that EQ easily coming in, and a nice snowball there from Canario. Does not get a hog shot, but gets plenty of damage on tower and no real value opposite direction right now for Benny. Bomb tower will pick up the Skeleton Barrel very easily. And Benny, who's trying his best here, but knows there's not a lot to be done unless he can get Canario to make a mistake. Beniju might have to go for something big. He might have to go for some sort of big trickeration move. Might have to overspend a bit to try to get something crazy going in the opposite direction. Here you go. He does play his mortar offensively this time. Skeleton Barrel's not getting it done. We'll see if he can get a shot on tower, but the bomb tower immediately there. And that's just absolute shutdown D from Canario. EQ to the left-hand side. Hog not going to get there, does not matter. Final 30 seconds. Canario pressuring on the left-hand side, has plenty for the bomb tower. Musketeer cycled to the back. Fireball trying to make some room here, but a well-placed log will keep that muskie from connecting with the skeletons down on the right-hand side. Canario going to take this 1 and 2 fairly easily. GG, well played. Kana moves to 2 and 1 overall in the group stage. And we'll have the stats from that one. There we go. And you can see that matchup data. Sometimes the matchup data doesn't tell the story, sometimes it does. Over 695 games played with this exact matchup, an 87% win rate for Hog Triple Spell. That's a pretty serious matchup advantage. That one is no joke there, folks. Yeah. So next matchup coming here in just a moment. Going to be Boeufmac versus Renan Cava. So we'll see what's up with OYASSU. We don't know if he's going to wake up in time for it. He is the only player not to have played yet. We're just waiting on Boeufmac to get his next request in so we can move on to our next game. Boeufmac might actually be online. So we'll be back in just about 30 seconds. All right, we are back. If the ad pushed you beyond the start of the game, my apologies. Looked like Boeufmac was not online. Boeufmac on the bottom of your screen, Renan Cava at the top. And it's going to be 6 Loon here for the Brit. And Balloon connects on the right-hand side. Great recognition there by Boeuf. Let's see if he has the elixir to deal with the graveyard push coming in from Renan Cava. And a good Musketeer snowball defense. Guys, if you are watching on YouTube, you can also watch this on Trovo. It's where I host a lot of my own tournaments if you're looking to compete in the $100 Open, which will be back after this event is over on... this event ends on the 8th. This will be back after this event is over. Follow on Trovo for all the open tournaments that you can play in if you want to win some cash playing Clash Royale. I do not stream those on YouTube. Boeufmac completely sets the line. This should be matchup for the Brit here. He's doing the right thing so far, which is keeping pressure on. last thing you want to do playing this matchup from Boeufmac's side is let Renan Cava start getting pressure with graveyards. You see right now he's going for inopportune, for not the best kind of graveyard pushes he can put together. And that's because of the pressure from Boeufmac. Renan there tried to GY to take advantage of the brawler coming across. But you can see not able to do it. So solid win here from Boeufmac in game number 1. Needs to get that match victory, so that's a good step in the right direction. Solid matchup and gets the dub. How many games are left, Blue Comet? A lot of Clash Royale left to be played in today's event. You can follow along, of course, on AppGrade for all the information. And this should update here in just a moment. And yeah, here are the people who have qualified so far from the previous groups. There is no open tournament tomorrow, guys. I'll be resuming open tournaments after the Bren Chong Cup is over. But right now, my whole streaming schedule is taken up by the Bren Chong Cup. CK, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by in the Trovo chat. Do appreciate it. Fisherman, the ban here from Renan Cava after game number 1. And again, those are the qualifiers so far, and now you can see the rest of the groups that we'll be seeing right now. We're in Group E. 3 more days of group stage after this one. The top 4 from each group qualify and move on to the top 32 to the bracket stage. You'll, of course, be seeing more of that. Top 32 will be a double elimination bracket. And, of course, the big event for this group stage, Group H, the final group. Soaking, Surgical Goblin, and Morton, all in the same group. A lot of history there between those players. So Fisherman, the ban for Renan Cava. We're waiting to see on Boeufmac. Boeufmac, he can't pronounce it either, guys, so there you go. He'll get the send in here in just a moment. Does need a match victory here, currently 0-2, so falling 0-3 would be a rough one. And here we go. Let's see what Renan Cava has in store for him. Renan Cava does not want to fall down to 1-4. 4 losses will most likely eliminate him. No one has made it with 4 losses yet. Bye, CK. Thanks for stopping by. And Hog Triple Spell for Renan Cava. Been seeing this a ton today. And the thing about Hog Triple Spell is it does give you outplay opportunities. That's part of why it's so popular. It's very defensive, good cycle, and does give you the chance to outplay a lot of decks, even if you have a bad matchup. Boeufmac most likely running Pigs. Could also be Ram Rider, but most likely Pigs. So we'll find out if OYASSU is or is not showing up. I'll keep you updated as soon as I have information, guys. You will hear it as well. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and jump in. And Bandit goes to the left-hand side, doing a lot of damage. Musketeer just walks away from that Bandit. Boeufmac taking a huge chunk of damage on the left-hand lane. OYASSU has not shown up, guys, and if the chat can cover that from now on, that'd be phenomenal. Hog Rider in on the right-hand side. for Renan Cava, and Ram Rider just locks that down. Not going to get much more on the right-hand lane. And Inferno Dragon gets a nice little burn here on the right-hand side as well. Hog behind the Knight. So Renan Cava trying to find a way to break through here, and that's a good way to do it. Get the Ram Rider distracted by the Knight for the Hog Rider to get on tower. And Hog Rider will get 2 shots here. Not a third because of the burn, but that was a good play by Renan Cava. Did what he had to do to break on through. And if you can... Oh, can he stop this Lumberjack? No, Lumberjack gets 1 shot, 2 shots. Ram Rider will get raged up. Renan Cava can't get a bomb tower down in time. That's going to be a GG, well played. And Boeufmac takes the 2-0 sweep. So big win there for Boeuf, and a rough loss for Renan Cava. And these are not the correct stats. I know. I don't know where they are. So we'll pop back out here. Oh, and you can see the update. It just came in on the screen, guys. If you look at OYASSU, 0-7. So it looks like, let me just check here. Give me 1 second, folks. Yep, that's confirmed. OYASSU not going to make it today. So OYASSU is giving free wins because he didn't make it. Agreed to be in the tournament, didn't show up. OYASSU's out, so there you go. Free wins for everybody. OYASSU 0-7. Unfortunate. But, you know, again, it's the middle of the night for OYASSU or whatever time it is now. So no OYASSU today. I'll have to wait on the next one. Wait a second. Where did that go? Oh, there we go. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, well. Yeah, early morning. I don't know what time it is in Japan right now, but it's 6:26. Yeah, so he's been asleep for most of this. Oh, well. It happens. And we're going to be moving on to our next matchup. Let me go ahead and switch these. Canario and Boeufmac coming up next. So 2 players right there on the edge. Put me in for OYASSU. Well, you want to see someone tank? I mean, hey, look. I can do no worse than what OYASSU's done so far at 0-7, right? I can't do worse than 0-7. So there you go. Coming up next, Canario and Boeufmac, the battle of former teammates. At one time, both these guys were on Team Liquid together. Just for 1 season. And then, of course, Boeufmac moving on to try to get some more opportunities for himself. We talked earlier about Boeufmac's achievements, especially in that fall season of CRL West last year after leaving Team Liquid and putting on an all-star performance, an MVP performance for Energy. Canario had a similar performance for G2 Esports in his first season in CRL EU back in 2018. Went 8-1 in 1v1 sets, led the league in 1v1 sets won and 1v1 games won. 81% win rate in the 1v1 set at 17-4. Led CRL EU in King of the Hill games won, went 8-4 with 1 sweep. Led CRL EU in both head-to-head wins and overall sets won. Canario without question the MVP of CRL EU, except for maybe Morton. But Canario's head-to-head play in CRL EU for G2 was unbelievable. Was nicknamed the Giant Slayer that season, became a giant himself. had a slightly quieter season for Team Liquid in the spring when they won the championship in the West. Still put up a 62% overall win rate in that season. But then came back with another great season for Team Liquid in the fall on their way to a world championship, winning the most games overall of any player in that season of the West, 27 total games won for a 57% win rate. Right now up against his former teammate, down on single tower damage, but has the dual lane pressure playing this giant miner deck up against Pig's Mega Knight. And yeah, Bryce Leach, LOL when 60% win rate is quiet. Yeah, that's there were other players getting more attention that season in CRL West. But with Canario not playing a ton, not playing 0 1v1 sets and going 10-7 in King of the Hill, it was a weirdly quiet 62% win rate. And another win here over Boeufmac. GG, well played there for KaNaRiOoo. We'll see Boeufmac banning Giant in this one. Curious where Boeufmac might go with a Giant ban. Very, very interesting. Maybe he just doesn't want to face this deck again. We'll see what kind of choices Boeufmac makes deck-wise after getting the big red-headed boy off the board. And again, guys, if you are watching on YouTube, there's the link in the chat. Subscribe to the channel. I know some of you are, I know some of you aren't. But sub, ring the bell for notifications. Like this video. But most importantly, get the sub in there. There's great Clash Royale competitive content at all times, including a way to make sure you don't miss any moments of this Bren Chong Cup 2. So go ahead, give some love to your friend Rich Slaton here, huh? Give a little love to me. Support me. I'm here casting all by myself, blowing my vocal cords out, standing up on my own 2 feet, running the show here, and it's all just me. So throw a subscription out there, will ya? Will ya, huh? Huh? Support your guy. Guys, the rankings over here. Let's go to jump into game number 2. Burrito gang gang indeed. Is there an argument for KaNaRiOoo being MVP in 2019? Asked Nash. That's a good question. I'd say there certainly is an argument for it. The big counter argument for that, I would say, is Morten. He's probably the big counter argument for it. But KaNaRiOoo certainly played a big role in Team Liquid's success in 2019. But KaNaRiOoo is certainly up there, I think, with one of the top, in terms of CRL, one of the top 2 or 3 most valuable players for sure. Will that Sparky connect? 1 HP Sparky, and it does! Oh my lord, a 1 HP Sparky. Just the little engine that could totally did. And now Boeufmac, what seemed like might be an okay situation, in a whole lot of troubles. Dual lane pressure here. And that Sparky getting way distracted, so Boeufmac now fires back and takes both towers. What a game. What a crazy game. And now we're going to get raged up Goblin Giant Sparky push all the way in, and a Sparky will take the other tower. What is happening, folks? It's a slobber knocker. Both guys landing huge blows. This is craziness. This is absolute craziness. A full Royal Ghost Pig's Push on the right-hand side. And Canario just trying to do something about this Three Musketeers. And raging up, maybe trying to outrun. And he will. Canario, 3 crowns, 2 up, 2 down. Big win for the Spaniard. What a ridiculous back-and-forth game that was. What a ridiculous back-and-forth game that was. So much fun. Look at the stats on that one. Canario never using the zap. Boeufmac taking the first tower. Canario taking the first tower. Boeufmac taking the next 2. Canario taking the final 2. Here we go. Samuel and Adriel up next. Adriel currently in the top 4 with 3 wins and 1 loss. Although with everyone getting a free win, 4 and 3 might not be enough to clinch in this tournament today. Barb Hut in for Adriel. I haven't seen as much Barb Hut today as we have in previous days. We've seen some. It's been around, but has not been as ubiquitous as it may have been in other iterations. E-Golem battle healer for Adriel, and can't be super excited about seeing that. And the Stinky Cheese takes a big stinky tower on the left-hand side. Took us this long to see it, guys. Hey, mark the time. 2 hours and 36 minutes into the stream, and we have finally seen the Stinky Cheese deck. Ugh. I am happy to see less of this these days than we have in the past. We'll see now if this becomes, you know, we talked in the past about shifting daily metas. We'll see if today's meta shifts at all, and we see more of this as time goes on. Well, Adriel throws it in, and here's the thing is it hasn't leaned on it as far as I'm aware, so that's important. Throwing it in the mix, I guess, is a good way to keep things fresh and unpredictable. And these NATOs will just clean up these defenses every time. The Lumberjack chases the giant blob of goo. Gets disappeared by double battle healers. Ram Rider's doing her thing, but who cares? But who cares? Well, Adriel takes a game. Look, it's a good matchup. Stayed unpredictable. I don't love seeing it, but I like him not leading on it. Adriel takes game number 1 over Basoto. E-Golem should be banned on the Geneva Convention is probably... there you go. That's the comment of the day, guys. Canadian 3000 did it. E-Golem should be banned under the Geneva Convention. Fire. Best one of the day. Bob of Borg just joined the Trovo chat, and that's the best name of the day. I mean, Daniel Potato's funny, but Bob of Borg. Excellent, excellent name. Ban is Tornado from Samuel. That's a smart ban. I like that ban instead of banning Battle Healer or Eagle, because you really cannot run this deck without NATO. Not this variant, at least. But this deck really gets more powerful because of Tornado than anything else. So a NATO ban from Samuel does a lot more for overall affecting the meta than just banning E-Golem or Battle Healer. I like that. Smart play. Owen says watch him run the Night Witch version. Yeah, fair enough. And NATO ban takes out Splash Yard, which Adriel likes, says Daniel Potato. Nice point there as well. Alpha Moriarty coming in with a pile of roses. Thank you, Alpha. Mwah. You make me feel so special. I feel so special now. With all the love, all the things. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Oh, I'm verklempt. Adriel likes sorry, not sorry, says Maximilian. Yeah. And look, we've seen Adriel play with a lot of skill today. I can't hate on it too much. Right? Yesterday we were all over Bag for playing it. Bag plays it a lot. Adriel has played a lot. Has had a huge deck pool today, and has already been impressive. And Bag, to be fair, expanded his deck pool yesterday and did some creative things as well. First time seeing minor wall breakers today. Samuel does like minor wall breakers. He plays it fairly often. One of the things you should prepare for against him. And takes a good lead there. 1761 done without very much damage on Samuel's side. The Brazilian looking to fire back in game 2. Not that Dominator in the YouTube chat taking the most controversial stance of the day, saying that E-Golem takes skill. Your win condition only gives your opponent free elixir when it dies. Well, chat, how do you feel about that one? Oh boy, Adriel with a little bit of an error here and eating a whole lot of damage. Dark Goblin stays alive, and that's going to be more and more pressure. Free value. I mean, here, look, I actually, while being part of the Super League team, they actually made a video showing how to play E-Golem. Oh, you were just joking. Who knows? You said you were new, not that Dominator. You said you were new. But glad to see, because the best way to, if you want some advice on playing E-Golem, it's just put it on the board somewhere. Oh yeah, Link, it is pretty cool. The cash bang, it's pretty fire. Guys, I'm gonna give you the full E-Golem primer right now. If you want to master E-Golem, just play it on the board somewhere. That's it. That's the whole lesson. You are now an E-Golem master. Go forth, my friend, and dominate. And this is just absolute domination here by Samuel. Zach asking, is Super League still in talks about to return or no? We had something actually really cool planned for Super League that we were going to do. And then when this situation began, Super League became very busy with, I mean, basically, what it comes down to, Super League is really good at their job, and a ton of people needed someone who could produce remote content. And so a big event we had planned for Super League in the spring got indefinitely postponed because Super League is so busy with other stuff. Because they're getting too much business overall. Yeah, Heisenberg. All I heard was darts for 3 minutes. Yeah, that was Dart Goblin City. Samuel might have become a Dart Goblin because of how long that Dart Goblin was on the board. Bans are Tornado and Fisherman. Adriel getting the Fish Boy out of the board. So here we go into game number 3. Aziz asking, where is OYASSU? Aziz, here's the bad news. You can see on the scoreboard right over here, OYASSU 0-7, taking an auto loss all the way through for not showing up for his matches. So OYASSU is now out of the tournament, and we now have 7 other players trying to compete for those top 4 spots. That's the story. That's the story here. Here we are getting ready for our 3rd and final game of Samuel and Adriel. You can see the current story right now. No one really safe yet. Canario probably at 4-1, but that'll get interesting. Could get close. Who knows? Let's go into game number 3 of Samuel and Adriel. Zach, does that mean we have Clash event when the current situation ends? Not sure. Not sure, Zach. I hope so. I don't think that the former Super League live events will be returning. But hopefully some online stuff will be coming back if I have anything to say about it. We'll see what happens. Prajual, do I think Golem decks need a buff? I do not think Golem needs a buff. I think that the meta is just not good for Golem right now. I don't think it means that Golem needs a buff, though. What needs to change, and Omotalia with a good point there, I think the Golem death damage needs to be nerfed. Golem's death damage is too valuable. Yes, Adriel making sure the Dark Goblin does not stay on board this time. Samuel going minor wall breakers again here in game 3. So how do you beat Lava Miner arrows with minor wall breakers? The one good thing here for Samuel is that the Valk will make the barbs not really valuable, not that good for counter pushing. What's the prize in this tournament? $6,000, the overall prize pool here. Hey, Gems, thanks for the winner chicken dinner. Do appreciate that. Over on the Trovo chat. Alpha Moriarty just came in with a huge sub on Trovo as well. Dude, Alpha, that is massive. Thanks, dude. Huge gold badge. And huge lava push here, but nice work with the double bomb towers. Will that be enough to stop the connection from the balloon? And it is. And it is. But unfortunately for Samuel, the Dark Goblin goes down. And this should be a win for Adriel, who's certainly winning some fans here today. Not everyone here knew him. Some remembered him from the I Stay Home Cup back in the spring, but again, more just out here picking up fans right now is Adriel. A good performance in this event could be huge for his prospects. GG, well played. Who won the AMG Cup? Asked JoJo. You know what? I forget. Who won the AMG Cup? I cast the darn thing. I even cast the finals, and I don't remember who won the AMG Cup. Somebody help me, please. Who remembers? Great deck choice there from Adriel. Not a lot of Lava Hound today. And coming up next, Renan Cava and LucasXgamer. Basoto won. Samuel Basoto won the AMG Cup. There you go. Was that a purposeful question to set that up that way? So coming up next, Renan Cava and Lucas. Yeah, put some respect on Adriel's name for sure, Snoop. First of all, Snoop Frog. Guys, Bob of Borg and Snoop Frog. That's the debate. Okay, so guys, Bob of Borg is in the Trovo chat. Snoop Frog is in the YouTube chat. Which name is better? Bob of Borg is a good deep cut. You have to be a Star Trek fan to really get that one. Snoop Frog is just funny. So guys, vote in the chat right now. Bob of Borg or Snoop Frog. Go ahead, throw your votes in. Let me see what you got. How did I forget it, One Heisenberg? Because I've cast hundreds of matches. I am constantly casting Clash Royale. My brain is just broken. And again, Alpha Moriarty, one more time. Huge. Thank you for the sub on Trovo. Love it. Mwah. Let's see. Snoop Frog getting all the love over on the YouTube chat. And Bob getting all the love on the Trovo chat, except for from Hippie One. Here we go. Let's jump into our next matchup. A little late there on my part. My bad. Renan Cava and Lucas. And Lucas so far undefeated. Yeah, right now my life is all Clash Royale casting. Hippie One. Hey, Hippie One, strong, definitely a strong name for sure. But Snoop Frog is a killer. But Bob is a great name. Bob of Borg. Just the most unassuming, just the most unintimidating member of the entire Borg collective. Bob of Borg. So Mortar, Skeleton, Barrel. I should take this deck down. The only problem is I don't have Skelly Barrel or Gang maxed. I have to spend some money if I wanted to get the gold for those. Renan Cava running Graveyard against this Mortar Skelly Barrel deck. And doing pretty well with it so far. Hey, Snoop Frog giving a little love with the €5 dono in the chat. Thanks, Snoop Frog. I definitely prefer you over Snoop Lion, let's put it that way. Oh, dude, that is actually... Bob of Borg just took a big step up, though, because his picture, his profile picture, is of Bob the Builder as an assimilated Borg. That is great. Mortar will connect on the right-hand side, and this should be a massive lead for Lucas. Going to be really hard for Renan Cava to come back here. Can he? Yes, he's playing Graveyard. But having trouble getting anything across the bridge to tank for a Graveyard. And Knight gets down just in time against the Mortar. And will the Mortar connect? I should not. There you go. Cage does pick up 665 to the right-hand side. Final minute coming up. Triple Elixir on its way. And Lucas just keeping pressure on as much as humanly possible. Does not want to give an opportunity for a Graveyard the opposite way. Has to be careful about this Baby Dragon, though. This Baby Dragon is staying on board for a long time and not getting touched. High Knight to turn the Baby Dragon away. Renan Cava does not pull the trigger on the Graveyard here. Thought maybe he would poison Graveyard in reverse potentially, but decides not to. And that's going to be a GG well played. Log comes in, Fireball will finish it. Lucas winning game number 1. Alpha Moriarty says, I'm confused in the Trovo chat. About what are you confused, good sir? We'll see if these stats do update here in a moment. Stats a bit behind here, folks. see what the ban is in just a moment. OYASSU did not lose all 7 games, guys. OYASSU was disqualified for not showing up. So there you go. Let's see if we have the new stats in. And here we go. There's your correct stats, powered by Royale API. Are you trying to research your opponent? You trying to figure out what they're playing next? Are you an analyst? Well, if you're an analyst, you probably already know about Royale API. But if you're new to competitive, hint, hint, nudge, nudge to the new guy in our YouTube chat. If you're new to competitive, not that Dominator, check out Royale API. You can go and see a bunch of your own stats and information. Check out decks, of course, and you know, if you're going to play competitive, research your opponent. Yeah, guys, B-Rad no longer plays competitive Clash Royale. He's a content creator exclusively now. Renan Cava banning Knight, and I like that ban from Renan Cava. That takes a lot of the primary construction for a lot of decks out of the mix. Irish Door, I believe they are all 16. Yeah, to compete in this one. Alpha Moriarty is the first month of being a sub free or something. What do you mean? Why? I don't know what. Give some context to your question. Snoop Frog asking, am I active on Reddit? I somewhat Snoop. When it comes to the Clash Royale subreddit. I have twice been #1 on the Clash Royale subreddit, once for a really highly produced video and once for a meme. That's a picture meme. I check out Reddit occasionally, depending on if there's new updates and stuff like that. Have not checked this one out yet. But I mostly go on Reddit to check out, like, actually fan art is what I mostly go to Reddit for when it comes to Clash Royale. Has Lucas played 2.6 today? He has not. Oh, you got a gifted sub. Pretty cool. Congrats off of Moriarty. Ryan Olsen. Lucas is so young, he hasn't even been born yet. Did Lucas and Adriel play yet? I've heard that loser has to go to bedtime. So Royal Giant down for Lucas. And Sparky for Renan. Zap is pretty much just in Sparky and Lava Hound at this stage. You rarely see it in Balloon because Snowball just does so much more value-wise. High E-Wiz, and nothing there for Renan really to do about it. But that, wow, the Mega Minion, did that Mega Minion get healed? I think that Mega Minion got healed. 652 on the right-hand lane, but nothing really for this RG. So Renan Cava going to eat a ton of damage on the right-hand side. Lots of fireball value. Hugh Spirit comes in and says, yeah, let's do some more here. RG not going to get healed, but is going to take a huge lead and an elixir advantage for Lucas. Yeah, one Heisenberg, I feel you on that one for sure. Who are the oldest and youngest players here? I don't know who the oldest player is in this group stage. This is kind of a young group overall. And LucasXgamer just way out to the lead. Renan Cava going to lose this one 2-0. Lucas remains completely undefeated today in the group stage. One Heisenberg, I'm your exact same age. 8-0 so far on Lucas. And the chat giving him some real love. Yeah. Yeah, kid's pretty good at Clash Royale. You should consider playing a lot. Benny and Boof up next. Yeah, that E was nice. Was real nice. And here we go. On the updates, LucasXgamer, undefeated in games and matches. KaNaRiOoo also at 4-1. Adriel at 4-1. And Renan Cava is officially out now at 2-5. Not going to make it in. So, we have 3 other players who are kind of in that mix there in the middle. Boof and Benny. This is kind of a loser goes home game maybe, because not only does the loser drop to 4 losses, but then also loses the head-to-head against the person who will be the closest to them. So, big one. Is it accent time, says Element. Well, I don't really have a great English accent. So there's the trouble. Let's see, Irish door. There you go. Ewe is the MVP here. Mega Knight. We haven't seen a ton of Mega Knight today. We've seen some, not a ton. Is Lucas too young for CRL? I don't know what Lucas's age is. I thought he was at least 16. I could be wrong. Is my English one worse than my Irish one? Well, first of all, Element, how dare you? My Irish is mediocre. It's interesting. I can't, like I said before, if I get one of my kids' books, I can read some of his books in a fairly solid, overly posh English accent. But I can't just do it on command. I should practice it more. So as you can see, Boeufmac and Beniju both struggling today a little bit. These are all BO3s. Does make it a little bit frustrating, can be challenging. BO3 is real fast. Of course, I think we're going to see BO5s for the winner's bracket in the round of 32 in the double elimination bracket stage, which everyone here is trying to qualify for. So we don't see much Mega Knight, and now we see Mega Knight both directions. Interesting. It might be partially people just like looking at the meta going, hey, people haven't been playing much Mega Knight, maybe it's time for Mega Knight, and they both make the same call. The Borat accent? Oh, man. Cast an entire match as Borat. It's nice. The Mega Knight goes into the right-hand side. A pig goes to eat on the tower, and nah, I can't do it. I don't have Borat down. I could cast this whole thing as Alex Jones. It would blow my vocal cords out. Tower down, right-hand side. Beniju going to take the first win in this mirror match. GG, well played. Benny wins game number 1. That win was very nice. He beat him like horse. Nope, can't do it. I don't got it. I don't got it, guys. I can't do a Borat. I can't do a Borat. I can do like Borat. I can do like, you know, 2 or 3 words at a time, but I can't talk as Borat. Can't do it. Alex Jones, yeah. Who else do I even have? What other impressions do I have? Cartman, it sounds like. That's actually really funny, Ralph. Fireball, the band from Boeufmac. You can see the Dominican Republic currently dominating in overall win rate based on Adriel's performance so far. Hey, Coat Bridge. Good to see you, Paul. You got this, Rich. What accent do I get? What accent do I got? What accent or impression can I do? I could... Hold on, let me try this. As your former president, I'm here to cast for this Clash Royale match between Beniju and Boeufmac. This is a deck that we can believe in. Royal Hogs go to the right-hand side, and the Lumberjack takes them down. The Fisherman will go for another Fisherman to the left-hand side. And it could be another mirror match. It's possible. When I see it, I'll believe it. Musketeer, very popular throughout the country, throughout our great nation. Especially when backed up by a Heal Spirit. Now I know that some of you might think the Heal Spirit is overpowered. And you might be right. But I'm telling you right now that when my plan for Heal Spirit's enacted, that you'll see. We can change things here. Balance, you can believe it. Is this George Bush? Yes, guys, do use code RICH in all the things. As Rich as Obama. That's my best Obama, guys. I haven't done Obama in a long time because he hasn't been president in a while, but I used to have a pretty good Obama. I would do it on occasion. I had a whole bit about Obama's last speech as he quit office. But I haven't done Obama in about 4 years. Final minute of this one. Rich, you should be a politician. Fun Rich Slaton fact, my career path for a long time was going to be law and then politics. I interned at the state capitol in California for 2 summers. I had planned a career in politics, and then I discovered stand-up comedy and never looked back. Here we go into the second part of this game. It's a great game. It's a beautiful game. It's the best game you've ever seen in the entire world. And I don't know about this British guy, but he's taking on a Spaniard. They're both from different countries. I don't go to other countries. I just stay right here, play golf all the time. And I do like the Heal Spirit a lot because it's gold. That's not. I lost it. I lost it. I'll get it back. And now I'm the S tier caster. This is the deck we can believe in. Is where you sold me the impression. Thanks. Thank you. He's got to throw it in there every once in a while. Get some fire. Boeufmac evening things up. Let me see if I can reset my Trump for game 3. My Trump's a little out of practice. Oddly enough, my Obama might be better than my Trump right now. So here we are, getting ready for game number 3 in just a moment. Guys, let me pop out here for a second. If casting as Obama didn't win your hearts, didn't win your subs, I don't know what will. The link's in the chat right there. Right there's the link. Me casting Clash Royale as the 44th president and then I'll attempt to do Trump in this next game. If I haven't earned your sub yet, I don't know what will. Hours upon hours of casting Clash Royale, and then, at this moment when I'm exhausted, busting out Obama. Come on, son. Come on, son. Give me a little bit. Give me that. Give me that. Come on. You know what I'm saying? Get in here. Fireball and Muskie are the bands as we go into Game 3. Casting as Morgan Freeman will. I don't know if I have a Morgan Freeman. Andy Dufresne. That's all I got is Andy Dufresne. Here we go. Game number 3. Here comes game number 3. It's gonna be the best game you've ever seen. No games like it. You thought game 1 was good. Game 1 was garbage. You thought game 2 was good. Game 2, absolute trash. Game number 3, Gonna be the best game. Gonna beat all the games. That's all I got for Trump. I haven't worked on it much. Boeufmac opens up lava as we get past the first 45 seconds. Yeah, my Trump, you know, my Trump comes and goes there, one Heisenberg. If I sit and work on it a bit, I can get Trump down, but I haven't done Trump in a while. My Obama one, I have like the rhythm of his speech down. But I never did. Here's the thing: is I did Obama on stage and doing stand-up like for years. Make Clash Royale great again. Yeah, there you go. I did Obama on stage for years because I started stand-up basically at the beginning of the Obama presidency, but I never really did Trump on stage. You know what's interesting? Like, you can get a lot of laughs out of doing Obama stuff on stage, but Trump is so polarizing that doing Trump on stage didn't work that well in stand-up. Well, Beniju doing nothing to win my hearts and minds, tell you that much. Playing the stinky cheese. Hey, Javi, thank you very much for the follow over on the Trovo side. Do appreciate it, bud. Do I know Logan? Yeah. I actually took Logan on the road with me once when she was first starting out. Logan Gunselman's very, very funny. Beniju trying to fight back, and honestly, even though I like Benny quite a lot, I can't root in his favor in this one. I can't do it. I can't do it when this is happening. And will it connect? Yes, it will, and you know what? I'm fine with it. Boeufmac going to take the win in 3. Neptune, the answer is yes. When you say which one, the next answer is all of them. Some I know better than others. But yes. So Boeufmac takes it in 3, and that's a big one. Let's pop out here, take a look at the standings, because that one for Boeufmac, I think that Royale Pam must have messed up the numbers there, because didn't Boeufmac win that? Am I just crazy? Yeah, Boeufmac won that. I think they messed up, because I think it should be Boeufmac 3. Yeah, there we go. They're fixing it now. Taco Tuesday, says Bob of Borg. It's a great day, Taco Tuesday. Best dad joke. I don't know. I don't really do all those things. Let's talk about KaNaRiOoo and Adriel. Do I have a Bill Clinton impression? Pedro, you're absolutely right, I do. And Adriel going with his lumberjack on the left-hand side. He did not anticipate that King Tower activation. It's an all right. All right, Clinton. Could be worse. Clinton's not really in the zeitgeist these days. The transitions are laggy. Yeah, Prajwal, I'm not sure why the transitions are laggy. The transition is a little weirdly laggy. I've noticed that too. What does a baby computer call his father? Tata? That's funny. What kind of trees grow hands? Palm trees. Love it. Pedro, how was the Bill Clinton? It was not bad, huh? Could have been worse for a Clinton. GY versus 6loon. This should go to 6loon. Pressure matchup. As long as Adriel keeps the pressure on, doesn't back off at all. I think this young man will probably impress both his country and the whole world. It's a great deck. It's a great choice. He just keeps putting the pressure on, doesn't let it go back. Obviously, he's the better player. He'll win. I'll get there, guys. I'll get it there. Heartless King, thank you very much for the nice day. Do appreciate it. Rich, why do you think there's so much Splash Yard today? It's the dominant graveyard overall. Of the graveyard decks, it's the one that's most popular, I think. Or the, oh, that was the wrong button. Sorry. My Trump almost sounds like Valley Girl. Well, he kind of sounds like a Valley Girl. Hey, Frog Spawn. I'll do more impressions now. Go ahead and mute me if you want. Telling me what to do on my own stream. Get out of here. Now I'm going to do even worse impressions. Trying to tell me what to do on my... Actually, should I do Mitch Hedberg? My lucky number is forbidden. That does not come in very handy when gambling. I was really trying to gamble now with this deck choice, and it looks like the gamble is going to pay off. I think Adriel's going to win this matchup by putting the pressure on and just leaving it on best he can. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't like my casting, you don't have to watch. But I'm having some fun casting for, oh, it's another 3 + 4 hour day? Yeah. I'll do as I like on my channel. Yeah, Mitch, come on, that was a pretty good Mitch. And we're pretty tied up here, 746 to 695. Do Morgan Freeman? I don't think I have it, dude. I don't think I have it. Not that dominator. Adriel, I believe, is actually, weirdly enough, Adriel's at 85. He's the Benjamin Button of Clash Royale. That was his original player name, Benjamin Buttons, but then decided to go with his own name. Do Morton Freeman. That'd be fun. That loon gonna be held off here. Triple Elixir is where Graveyard gets the advantage here, especially because it has a big spell and Adriel doesn't. Interesting, Adriel going, oh, because the Ice Wiz got cycled, so Adriel goes left. But that NATO will be able to pull the balloon away, but does it give the balloon over to the right-hand side? Will the balloon pop close enough to take the game? And it does! Oh, what a big oops from KaNaRiOoo! He NATOs it back. He NATOs it back. And it goes to the other side. Oh, Frog Spawn. The auto mod got rid of your chat, but guess what? Boom. You earned yourself a timeout. Bye-bye. Later. Oh, what a great moment in the game. And I wish you guys had seen the timeout I just gave. It was great. It was brilliant. Here we go. KaNaRiOoo with a big oops. Oh, come on. Stats update there. That was such a hilarious ending. KaNaRiOoo gets ahead in single, and then the pull puts the balloon to the other tower. Ban is Musketeer. Let's go. Dima, how are you? Good to see you. Got him. Hey, Snoop Frog, the only frog in this chat. Loving it. €5 dono from one of the top 2 names on the day. Man, I cannot believe that bomb hit the other side. That was out of control. That was so crazy. That was so funny. Snoop Frog, big time with the €5. Thank you, bud. KaNaRiOo's like, dude, I'll run Graveyard again. I'll run Graveyard again. I mean, look, KaNaRiOoo had to prevent that attack on that left-hand tower because that could have been huge if that balloon did go to the left-hand tower. Hey, Bob of Borg. Other top 2 names of the day. Thanks for hanging out, bud. See you mañana. Oh, that's so funny. I wish I had a way to clip that, because that's a clip right there. If there's anyone who's going to be doing timestamps on this video, and the timestamp guy had to stop doing timestamps. If anyone does timestamps, make sure you timestamp that ending. That was great. I just realized I didn't have lunch, and I am hungry. Mrs. Slaton did not come through with the food today. She has a busy day. She can't just be feeding me all the time. Fake Lapacati 21 saying, I can't wait to see how Liquid gets shipped around with Razor being in the mix. My guess, now that I'm hearing about it more, it's going to be Razor and Surge on 2v2, and then Igor and KaNaRiOoo switching back and forth in 1v1 depending on matchups and who's on their top, like who's at their top of the game, stuff like that. But Razor, of course, is going to be the main 2v2 guy. DoorDash some Taco Tuesday? Dude, I would. Uday, thank you very much for the love. Do appreciate it. Snoop Frog, thanks for the love. I appreciate it. Luis, thank you for the love. Why do you get a timeout? Because he said something mean to me in the chat. But he used a naughty word, and the auto mod banned his naughty word, and I decided he deserved a timeout. That's what happened. Graveyard right hand side, take down to 846. KaNaRiOoo looking like he's going to, more likely than not, take game number 2. Could it change? Yes. Have I cursed people before? Of course I have. Will I do it again? Abso-freaking-lutely. But right now, I think I can safely say KaNaRiOoo wins game number 2. Can I? Will he? Does he? Yes, he does. Olkson, before I make fun of you for using the wrong version of the word your, who are you saying is soft? Before I pick on you for not knowing your versus your versus your. Dima, would I accept an offer as a wedding MC? So actually, here's a fun note for you guys. Here's a fun note for you, Dima. I am a certified... What's the word for it? A wedding officiant. I have been the officiant for a wedding already. So I will not just be an MC at your wedding. I will be the officiant. I'll be the I'm not a pastor. What is the word for it? What's the word for it? I got like one of those online certifications, and I was the guy who did the wedding for a friend. So if you want, I'll be the person who marries you. Not the priest. I'm not a priest. Officiant is probably the best word for it. Bands are musketeer tornado. But guys, I'm telling you right now, if you want bad dancer, killer. Ordained minister. Yes, I'm an officially ordained minister. According to some like online thing that's good enough that state governments accept it. So I can be the one who says do you and make you guys get married. What's my price? I don't know. Event organizer, yeah, I'll be your officiant or your ordained minister for your wedding. And I do a good wedding. I do a real good wedding, let me tell you. You think I'm a good caster? I'm a better officiant. What was KaNaRiOoo's first card? Because there's a whole not card there. A 7-foot minister. Yeah, I know. I will tower everybody. It's a caster and a pastor. It's actually... That's pretty funny there, Michael. It was fisherman? All right. And a lot of pigs going to go right in. Hunter going to let a lot of that come through with the ban on top of it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What's happening here? What is going on? Canario goes kaboom on one end, and Adriel does it the same opposite direction. Guys, this day is just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I can't keep up with it. There's too many things happening. Things go one side, and a big thing happens, and then kaboom, boom, and then it goes the other side, and then the tower falls. I just can't keep up with it anymore. And now it's a two-tower game, which is bad for Canario. Alpha Moriarty, I will cast your wedding. I should cast the pastoring. The caster faster. Not a bad, it's not bad branding, I'll tell you that much. Snowball trying to make enough room for those skellies, not gonna happen. Adriel might take the win here. After giving up a ton of damage early, Canario does have to poison that right-hand side so he can get that tower down with the spells, because he has to spend so much elixir to do it. That's no good. What do you mean by an officiant? Jason, I can be the priest, the rabbi, the imam, whatever it is. And someone mentioned Islam versus Judaism earlier, but said that they're Muslim and they don't have a problem with Jews. Yeah, whatever religion you are, awesome, cool. So if whatever kind of religion, wedding you want, whether it's a Jewish wedding, a Christian wedding, a non-denominational wedding, a Muslim wedding, a Wiccan wedding, I'll be your officiant if you're down with it. I'll be the guy who says, do you take this person? You two are officially married. GG, well played. You know what? And I will end your wedding. I'll customize it however you like. Do you, Canario, take this person to be your lawfully wedded archer queen? I had to use a Clash Royale, a Clash of Clans reference there for some reason. To protect and to tank for. To buff and never nerf. Oh, there you go, hold on. To protect and to tank for. To help with DPS. Through buffs and through nerfs. I do. Yeah. And then we end it with a GG well played. Thank you, Irish Door, bringing it in. I'll use your gamer name. I'll make the whole thing Clash Royale themed. Or you know what, Apex themed. I do Apex too. Yeah, you know what? We'll do some cringe on here. You think I won't... Bruh, you think I won't cringe, bruh? You think I won't cringe on here, bruh? Really? You think I won't do it? Where you been all this time? Of course I'll do some cringe on here. Because I've been casting for now 3 hours and 26 minutes. And this is my 5th day in a row of doing this. Of course I'll bring some cringe to you, son. What up? Through buffs and through nerfs is pretty good, guys. Come on. I might have to do a video, do a Clash Royale wedding video. And yeah, Irish Door, solid GG, well played there. And you know what? I agree with you. This is day 5 of 12, Snoop Frog. We're going to be here pretty much forever. I could do Annabelle and Julia's wedding. That could be fun. Annabelle, do you take Julia to have it through hold, through nerfs and through buffs? I promise to never snipe her. He goes, no, I can't. I can't promise that. I snipe. I'm like, well, I don't know what to do then. Guess the wedding's off. Does anyone here have any reason why these two shouldn't be wed? And then half of Ladder stands up and say, yeah, you can't trust him. OYASSU is doing a good job up top here for Samuel in this GY matchup. Or we passed the midway point of regulation, and Samuel with a good lead here early against Benny. Do a wedding with the Obama voice. Once Anaban sniped Pompeo live on Thunderstruck stream, that's great. I support it. I support the sniping. Go for it, dude. It makes the game fun. Beniju going with some stinky cheese again. The Night Witch version rather than the NATO version. But still. Ice Wiz in the back, maybe Dragon in support as well. Can I do Arnold Schwarzenegger? But literally anybody can do Arnold. Arnold is the most basic impression. The two impressions you see people do when they like pretend to do impressions as comedians are Arnold and Christopher Walken. Like, it's everybody. Everyone does it. Not even worth doing. Final 2 minutes. Sudden death overtime. And Beniju's starting to fight back a little bit here. The heel spear, if it jumps, and it doesn't. Nice native heel spear from leaping out of Samuel. Yeah, no bomb tower does make this a little bit harder of a matchup, that's true. I love him, man, it's the funniest one. Oh boy. Hey Sam, nice work, good to see you today, bud. See you mañana. And Samuel is trying to slow this down and clog it up as much as possible. A little tankage here for the graveyard this time. And a little protection. You see that little extra protection there for the Ice Wiz. Not needed. But that's going to be tower down on the left-hand side. GG, well played. Samuel taking game number 1. Thanos, I don't know who says that. Who says that quote that you're saying? OYASSU did not play. OYASSU slept through the games. Yeah, he did really well. Michael, you're great. You're hilarious. Really fun. All right. So we'll see if Samuel can close things out here against Benny, which would put him close to being a guaranteed spot. OYASSU didn't play, guys. He didn't go 0-7. He just didn't play. So DQ'd. Let me check with something here real quick. Fireball the ban from Beniju. You must have made an Eagle Healer Rage Quit. Nice. That's always fun. All right, so Samuel with a win here. I believe would clinch his spot in the top 4. No, he'd be 4-1, not necessarily. Need to look at his previous matchups. Let me look at something real quick. Samuel did beat Boeufmac. So Samuel, with a win here, would clinch a top 4 spot because he has the head-to-head tiebreaker over Boeufmac. Or he would clinch that. What I don't know is how he fared against Lucas and KaNaRiOoo, because a 3-way tie. Oh no, he has KaNaRiOoo coming up in 2. So Lucas still undefeated, 4-0. So Samuel does not necessarily clinch here. He would clinch the tiebreaker over Boeuf, but a 3-way tiebreaker could shake things up depending on what's going on. Beniju at 2 and 4 is probably out. This is probably why some of this stuff's going on. Some of what you're seeing is what's happening. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Sorry, guys. What's the next stage of this event after all the groups are done? Ask Isaac. Good question, Isaac. That's going to be the round of 32, where the top 4 from each group will move on to a 32-person double elimination bracket. It will start on September 5th, the day after the group stage is done. Did RF qualify? Yes, he did. Ooh, you know what? I can add that button to this profile, can't I? Give me 1 second here, folks. I think I can add this very nice button. Oh yeah, I think I can do that. Let me copy this over to... Oh, that'll make my day a lot better. Does that button work? Oh yeah. Oh, this made my day a little bit nicer. There we go. Well, Benny just piling all the things on the left-hand side, because that's what this deck does. It's a pile of things. And that pile of things kills the tower. Oh, boy. This is on stream because it's an important match for Samuel. So, unfortunately, we kind of have to watch it. This matchup does have implications overall on the top 4. But, woof. Woof is the best word I can give you guys. And come on, stats. Come on, stats. Oh, stats not updating. Ban for Samuel's going to be healer. Just like, get this ding-dong deck out of here. Yes, Beniju can still play spoiler. That's true, guys. So we'll see if he's able to. Do we have stats? No, we don't. Stats, where are you? We're getting near the end of our group today, folks. Tomorrow, Group F, IMJP, Javi Catorze, Belly, Razzer, Ali, Thomas, Yosoi Rick, and Puddin. H, it's just a dumb deck. That's it. It's like, it's just a deck where the reason people hate that Stinky Cheese deck is because it's like there are decks people call low scale just because they don't like them. Hey, Irish Door, good to see you. Dinner time for CST when you have small kids. I get it. See you manana, my friend. H, there are some decks that are no-skill, people call it because they don't like them. It's just actually a no-skill deck. And it's also a deck where it's just like, there are some decks that are very polarizing because they are super matchup dependent. Like, either they win really well or they lose really, really horribly. And yeah. Rich, who are the top players in Group A? Check that out. Right there. Samuel waiting for to pick his last deck. Fireball and Healer. So here are the qualifiers so far. Do I know who Schwarzen and Paradox are joining? Name. I believe I do. But I'll tell you this. Schwarzen is going to be joining the team in the West. Paradox, from what I know, is joining the team in CRL East. As far as I know. So Samuel going Skeleton Barrel. We'll see if it's double bait or if it's Mortar Skelly Barrel. We'll find out soon. And it's double bait. Not a lot of double bait, but Samuel does like to play it. I believe Paradox is going to the east. I could be wrong, but I believe. Hey, thank you, Kevin Hernandez, for the YouTube sub. Do appreciate it. So Benny going Ice Bow. What is that name with the check mark next to it mean? Should I know something about like what that is on the YouTube chat? It's not that far in east. I don't know what the actual date is. Shrek, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Oh, a verified name. Ah, cool. Heck yeah, Lino. Good on you, brother. Samuel out to an early lead here. Gonna stay in pressure, pressure, pressure. That's a nice log there out of Samuel, and a nice protection of the Dark Goblin. Look at that. Great protection on the Dark Goblin. That's going to make things a little bit more annoying here for Benny. Has to spend a bit more than he would have liked to. And a rocket for Samuel just to shut down the Expo. Wow. Hey, Perfect Guy, thanks for joining over on the Trovo chat. Good to see you. And a lot more pressure on the left-hand side. Yeah, rocket that Expo. Get out of here. Get that Expo the heck out of here. And one more time. No connection for you, Expo. No connection for you. Again, just trying to force as much elixir to be spent by his opponent right now as he possibly can on Samuel's side. 991. And now you see Benny switching up his Expo positioning. And look at that Inferno Tower. That's a nice... I mean, do you think Samuel knew he was going to be going up against Expo here? Rocket and Inferno Tower. Dirty. Here comes a rocket. GG, well played. Samuel gets that next big win. Mike, thank you very much. Man, that Inferno Tower was filthy, dude. That Inferno Tower was just like, yeah, no. Yeah, no. Oh, you don't want my rocket to keep on doing pretty great stuff there at the bridge? Well, why don't you put it somewhere else, and then we'll see what happens. And stats not working. Let me go ahead, double check on that. So let's go take a look at the standings here for a second. Yeah, Samuel just put the hurt on. Oh, yeah, I turned my lights off for a minute there. Boom, there we go. Samuel put the hurt on him there. And with that, Samuel now moves to 4-1. And he'll have, again, the big question here. Well, basically, it comes down to this next matchup. If Lucas beats Boeufmac, we have our top 4 decided. That's it. If Lucas beats Boeuf, it's over. It's all over. Because then Boeuf would be at 3-4 and out. And Lucas would guarantee his qualification. If Boeufmac wins, things get interesting. We get into some interesting tiebreaker situations, so we'll see. Can Boeuf get it done here against Lucas, who's currently super undefeated? 4-0 in matches, and I believe 8-0 in games. 8-0 in games. So here we go, waiting on Boeufmac to send this game out to Lucas. Who's going to play Hoggy Q in the next match? Yeah, right, John? Yeah, OYASSU did get DQ'd. Oh, yeah, by the way, guys, the positive elixir trade shirt. You guys see this? Positive elixir trade. That's a fun one. Let's go ahead and stand up now. We've been sitting down for a while. Positive elixir trade. There you go. Oh. Stepped on something weird there for a second. Ouch. Heart the shirt. This was not an official Clash Royale shirt. I just bought this off of Amazon from some rando. This was not part of the Clash Royale store, as far as I'm aware. Here we go. Boeufmac, Lucas. Boeufmac fighting for his chance. Jason, you think I'm not gonna cringe for you here on channel? Get out of here. I'm gonna go cringe whenever I want to cringe. I cringe when I want to cringe. Normally I just wear a black t-shirt when I stream, but I threw this one on for fun today. My black t-shirts were all in the laundry, and I decided not to wash them. Decided to throw on the Clash Royale themed shirt. Lucas going 2.6? Come on. That's fun. Lucas finally going 2.6. You wanted to see it. Here we go. Yeah. Ends up against Hog Triple Spell. You got to imagine Lucas has played this matchup a ton. We'll see if he can make it work. That's Tom's picture. Is that actually Tom's picture? That'd be funny if that is. That actually, I don't know. That actually might be the reason why the hair's so different. That might be Tom's picture. Is that possible? I don't know. Musketeer does not connect right-hand side. Even score right now, 2390 to 2390. Personally, I've played this back and forth. I have struggled with it in both directions. Maybe it's because I'm a mediocre player. You feel like EQ has matchup against Canon. But we'll see. The cycle for Lucas is pretty nice to get past those bomb towers. Oh, Fireball not getting the muskie. That could be a problem. Yeah, Lucas cycles faster, and he's creative enough to know all the different ways to defend against those hogs. You saw him going for the Ice Spirit there. Question is, can he juke a couple of these EQs? $15-14 to 1902. Lucas trying to find some way to get past these bomb towers. The Ice Spirit does not keep the Musketeer alive on the right-hand side. Final minute 40. And a lot of spell cycle here from Boeuf. A lot of very aggressive spell cycle here from Boeufmac. To clear out all those little cards and get a little extra chip damage. Musketeer high with a lot of protection. A lot of protection here on the part of Lucas. Protect your Musketeer is a key thought when it comes to playing 2.6 overall. And Cannon going to be late here, maybe? No, doesn't Cannon and defends fine. Musketeer will get picked up opposite direction, and so far Lucas has not been able to outcycle these bomb towers. And there you go. That's what Lucas needed, was a high cannon to stop the hog from getting value with the EQ. And now a second hog behind the Ice Golem. Can it get on tower? Fireball making some room, log to stop it. Man, Boeuf is playing this very, very well here. And Boeuf just making sure that bomb tower is there every single time. Fireball log to take care of the Musketeer. And another hog should be coming in real quick here from Lucas. And there you go. Snowball giving so much extra value on defense, and that's going to be a GG. No way to do it. Game number 1 goes to Boeuf, staying alive here. Boeufmac defending well, and not much that you can do to stop an EQ over and over again. Game number 1 goes to the Brit. So wait to see if these stats do come on in. Not seeing him. All right, let's pop out here for a second. Lucas banning the heal spirit. Oh, there we go. Now we have the stats on that one, and we can see the matchup data. So sample size, almost 3,000 games, gives that to Boeufmac. And the EQ's got to be a big part of that one. Here we go, game number 2. Don't tell me Lucas does it again. Is he doing it again? No. Okay, never mind. This might be a Hog EQ mirror match. The Hog triple spell mirror match, potentially. Nope, going to be Graveyard against Hog triple spell. And this is a hard counter for Boeufmac if this is the deck I think it is. 2 nasty matchups for Boeuf. Two nasty matchups back to back. Yeah, no, Korski's saying Expo. The reason why I wouldn't think Expo in this situation would be I would feel like Lucas would be likely to run this Hog triple spell deck. And Expo against Hog triple spell could be pretty rough for the Expo and Lucas's hands. This is Hog triple spell against Graveyard. And Ice Wiz, NATO, Cage, all for the Hog Rider. And as soon as that Hog Rider comes in, it's King Tower activation. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lucas just spell cycle and play a ton of defense here. It would not surprise me. He might hog behind the Knight if it's alive when it crosses the bridge. But Lucas is doing what I would expect in this situation. Is he's not going to give a King Tower activation for the Hog early. He's going to play a ton of defense, try to find an opportunity to get the Hog behind something. And here now he'll do the Hog late. NATO will come in. But look, he already has 1,700 tower, already done the 1,700 damage on the right-hand side. Now Graveyard comes in. The Graveyard defense is tough for Lucas here as well, playing the Skeletons version of this deck. I would have been really impressed if he had played the Goblins version rather than Skeletons version. I'm a little surprised. I mean, I'm not totally surprised. I guess he waited until double to do it. Like half surprised that he didn't play the Hog, wait to play the Hog until he forced a NATO out. But of course, Boeufmac wasn't going to play the NATO. Poison will clean up all of that. Does the Baby Dragon connect? And it doesn't. The Ice Wiz will, no, turn towards the Hog Rider. This is a fascinating matchup. Absolutely fascinating. And one Hog hit comes in for Lucas. This is so compelling to watch. Graveyard down, tanks getting across, and a nice NATO out of Boeuf to pull the Musketeer to the other universe. That's going to be a lot of damage on the right-hand side for the Brit. Now putting things very close, 1048 to 722. And now it'll be solid tankage, and in triple elixir going to be very hard here for Boeufmac or for LucasXgamer to win this one. Now that we're in triple and things are so even, if he hadn't given up that huge chunk of damage, if that NATO had not pulled that Musketeer to a different universe, Lucas had a good shot of winning this one. The other way around, not anymore. GG, well played. Boeufmac going to keep his hopes alive in this tournament. Did I speak too soon? 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 194. Baby Dragon's trying to get in there. Knight trying to protect. Can EQ win this? Oh my god, it can. Oh my god, it can. Oh my god. What in the world? What in the world? What in the world? Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Koji-san with the Mufa. Dude, that was crazy. That was crazy. Look at this matchup. Look at this matchup. And that matchup only gets better for Boeuf in triple. Boeufmac banning Hog now. Dude, you know what? I'll back that call. I'll back that call. That was game over. That was Boeufmac taking the win. In my opinion, that was game over. But that NATO, yep, that NATO, dude. Why are you NATOing offensively there? Hog comes in, goes Kabango. Lucas just stays in the pocket and gets the win. And now Lucas with a chance to secure his top 4 spot and end Boeufmac's run. Wow. That's a full Rich Slaton wow there. Unbelievable. How many matches are left, says Snoop Frog? Well, if Lucas wins this game, there are no meaningful matches left. If Boeufmac wins, then there are some more meaningful matches left. If Lucas wins, we have our top 4 decided. Here we go. Third and final game of Boeuf versus Lucas. Boeufmac fighting to stay relevant in this. A win puts him at 4-3, and then it all comes down to strange tiebreaker stuff. And it's X-Bow for Lucas right under the Lava Hound. Does he have Fireball? Fireball not in cycle. Defending, defending, defending. X-Bow lock. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. And the arrows miss an archer. Oh, boy. Fireball. This is crazy. What a crazy game. What a crazy game here. What a crazy game. And just like that, we're pretty close to tied. 1 elixir lead approximately, or half, almost a 1 elixir lead right now for Lucas. Cycles Ice Golem to the strong side and Inferno Dragon in response. X-Bow under on there. Is the Fireball back in cycle yet? No, it's not. He's trying to hold off. And look at that. Look at that defense out of Lucas. But now our minor Inferno Dragon. This is so fascinating. This is the match of the day, folks. This is 100% match of the day. This has been a great best of 3 so far. It feels like it's just about to get even better. X-Bow right under the lava. Notice the lava's a little bit higher here. Lucas doesn't go for anything fancy on those barbs. and a great skeleton surround to pick up the Inferno Dragon. This is going to be very difficult for Lucas to deal with here. Miner goes right to the archers. Zap takes him off. Second Tesla now for the King Tower activation. Is there a Fireball to play defense here? Fireball does play some defense and a nice pickup on the Inferno Dragon, and it does go down. King Tower activation and does pick up one Skeleton Dragon. This is crazy. 10 seconds left. What does Lucas even do here? Gonna Tesla high? Pick up the Miner if he can. Doesn't get the Miner. Logs it back. The Ice Golem does get in. Balloon down. Can he stop the balloon? No, that's going to be it. Oh my gosh, the Tesla pulls it back. This is wild. No, doesn't do it. Boeufmac gets the win. And oh my lord. What a crazy, crazy best of 3 that was. It feels like if the Fireball had ever been where Lucas wanted it in his cycle, he could have won that game. But it felt like the Fireball was always just in a bad spot for him. So now I gotta go do some math, folks. Oh man, now we have to do some math here. Let's go ahead and look at this situation. Because Boeufmac now has head-to-head matchup over Lucas. Next up is KaNaRiOoo versus Sam. Who has the matchup of Samuel and Boeuf? Did they already play? So Samuel has matchup over Boeuf. So no matter what, Samuel has the head-to-head over Boeuf. And KaNaRiOoo... Did KaNaRiOoo and Boeufmac play? And so does KaNaRiOoo. So this is where it gets interesting. KaNaRiOoo and Samuel both have head-to-head over Boeufmac. Boeufmac has head-to-head over Lucas. If Lucas wins either of his next 2 games, Boeufmac is out. If Lucas loses both of his next 2 games, what happened with Lucas and KaNaRiOoo? If Lucas loses both of his next 2 games... Oh man, this gets nutty. Hold on. Lucas beat KaNaRiOoo. Boeufmac beat Lucas. Did KaNaRiOoo beat Boeufmac? KaNaRiOoo did beat Boeufmac, right? Right? Did I say that? KaNaRiOoo beat Boeufmac? Oh, so this is interesting. Here we go. In order for Boeufmac to qualify... Oh, God, this math is so crazy. When did Hot Triple Spell become so popular again? Maybe Barb Hut. I think also Bomb Tower is good right now. And also because EQ now is the most... like does more spells. Like 2 EQs do more spell damage than a rocket. OYASSU slept through it and didn't play. That's what happened. Hey, Not the Dominator. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you. All right, I need to figure out the actual situations here, but I believe... Man, hold on. Hold on. Oh, boy. Tower down. Yeah, OYASSU was out because he slept through it. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out the qualifying scenarios for Boeufmac. All right, let me spend some time trying to figure this out here while you guys watch some Samuel versus KaNaRiOoo action. KaNaRiOoo looks like he has this one pretty well locked up. So one of these two, KaNaRiOoo or Samuel, will win and guarantee themselves a spot in the next round. if Samuel wins, we could have potentially, we could end up with a 3-way tie at 4-3. Lucas has 2 more games. If Lucas wins either of those, Boeufmac's out. If Lucas loses both of his next 2 games, then we get into some crazy tiebreaker scenarios. Tony's saying Canario has to win if Boeufmac wants to qualify. I'm not sure that's the case. Because you do have if Lucas loses both his games, you could have a 3-way tie, a triangle between Boeufmac, Lucas, and Canario. Because Boeufmac beat Lucas. Boeufmac beat Lucas, Lucas beat Canario, and Canario beat Boeufmac. But if I remember correctly... Oh, because Samuel and Lucas is still a game. It still hasn't happened yet. My lord. Craziness. Craziness here. Craziness here. Hey, Kasim, have a good one, man, but don't spam next time. Thanks. Oh, hold on. I meant to do this page. Forgot that I was in, that I was in studio mode. Ban's going to be Baby Dragon for Samuel. Yeah, then it'll come down to win-loss ratio if there's a 3-way tie. But don't know if that's possible right now. Tony, I don't think you're correct because I think there's a possibility where Samuel wins. Yeah, if Samuel wins, there could be a 3-way tie. It all gets crazy with the win-loss ratio stuff. Like, getting 2-0'd versus getting 2-1s, it might end up being important here, too. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is crazy, kids. So, is Canario running Hog Triple Spell, maybe? Man, it's been the deck of the day, huh? Mike45, Rich, are you a Castor? I don't know. Am I a Castor? And Balloon gets pushed back. Not quite enough, though. Wow. A lot of tower damage on the right-hand side. 1453. Memo saying, I believe the win rate of both Canario and Lucas can't get lower than Boeufmac. Oh, interesting. So, Samuel's could, Canario's can't. Is that what you're saying? Well, if we determine that Boeufmac is eliminated, we'll probably end the stream right there. Where is OYASSU? Japan, from what I've been told. So winner here guarantees themselves a spot in the in the bracket stage. Loser is in a pickle, depending on tiebreakers. That's the best way to put it. What would you guys say if the season was like just a little bit shorter, and so the metas changed more frequently? I wouldn't mind it. I don't know. It's there are some complications there, but I don't know what the prize pool breakdown is, Woody. I know it's $6,000 total. How it breaks down, not entirely sure. I'm sure we'll find out in the next stage when we actually get there. Armin, this might seem like a strange fact that he didn't play because he told us, because I know Armin Mirzad really wants me to play, and I want to stick it to him. I know it seems crazy that that's why he didn't play, but he actually said to us, because Armin Mirzad really wants to see me play, so I've decided not to, because I hold a grudge against him for some unknown reason. I don't know what you did to him, Armin. Big grudge there from OYASSU. Samuel just laying it down here so far. Rich, do you think Musk should get nerfed? Maybe. Musk is pretty popular right now. Some people say it should get nerfed, some just say it's a good meta for Musketeer. Dual lane pressure right now for Samuel. And doing the right thing against the bomb tower, with the bomb tower against the balloon here, but that pressure getting real nasty, and that's going to be a connection. And that will be a JJ Whoople. Samuel evening things up. Guys, here's your lineup for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Group F. Group F. Check out those people who'll be playing mañana. A JJ Whoople? Yeah, it's a JJ Whoople. Ban is going to be Musketeer from KaNaRiOoo in this one. Getting ready for our final match. Our final game of this matchup. Mike 45, Rich, why are you reading all my comments? Why are you commenting on all the things I want to read? Shadow 99909, thanks for joining. Barry Wang, Rich, why do you spend so much time on this every day? Very hard working. Because I have a period of time where I don't have other obligations, and I'm making enough money finally this year that I don't have to be doing other things necessarily, so I'm able to do stuff like this. And because my channel's growing big enough to actually be able to focus on this. So, yeah, a lot of things. But basically, long story boring, my career is fully in esports now, so there you go. And my channel's growing nicely enough that this is worth my time. And because it's fun, and because I can. I wish V-Rad was Rich Slaton's co-caster. I'd love to have V-Rad come and co-cast. I should hit him up. Let's go ahead, jump into game number 3. Yeah, I'll hit up Brad, see if he wants to do it. Show the ranking? I will after this game. Ranking's also available on Appgrade. 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 Minor, bats. Well, Night Witch then turns into bats, but you get the point. Visit Hawaii, Rich. Stanley, I've been to Hawaii. But that was, a long time ago now. 15, 16 years ago, something like that. Night Witch going both ways. Interessant. Is this a mirror for Giant Night Witch? Minor? Oh, that's a nice minor from Samuel, getting in behind the Hunter. And Minor's going to go chip, 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 chip with some bats behind it. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Stanley, thanks for the subscribe on the YouTubes. 1896. First minute and 20 seconds away. Samuel with the lead over KaNaRiOoo. And Giant down again for the Brazilian. Oh, is this Hunter going to get fish pulled and that's going to be a ton of damage here, and the Miner protects the Giant for a second, too. Oh, boy, yeah, you might get a King Tower activation, but your tower's down to 975, sir. Ivan, good to see you. In attack, welcome back. Fireball in on the Knight, which would clear out a couple bats, but not going to do a whole lot here. Samuel in the lead with 45 seconds left in regulation time. And a big lead it is, 1868 to 975. So now Canario setting up into the opposite lane here. Deceased, thanks for the YouTube sub, do appreciate that. Fireball in, Miner trying to do some work as well, but not going to get a whole lot done, and now it's going to be the Miner in front of the Giant. Great Miner out of Samuel, and Canario knows it. GG, well played. Fireball will finish things off. Samuel going to take the win, and we're going to do some math here. It looks like Samuel winning here puts Boeufmac out. I'm going to confirm that, but if that's the case, if we have our top 4 settled, that will be the end of the stream here, folks. I'll let you guys know in a minute. Memo saying Boeufmac is 9-8. Worst Lucas can do is 9-6. Worst Lucas can do is 9-6? Oh, because Boeufmac got 2-0'd a few times. Is that why? Worst Canario can do is 10-7, and worst for Samuel is 10-9. And a 3-way tie, Boeufmac loses. So there's the stats on that. Let's go take a look at the overall situation here. Yeah, Samuel's guaranteed through at 5-1. Canario is done and has a better win rate than Boeufmac. So the big question here is Lucas. So Lucas's actual games won and lost so far today. I believe that this means that Boeufmac is out. I need to look at the numbers here in a minute. I'll go ahead and throw the game on. I need to confirm the numbers here. Zardus, not really sure what your question what you mean there, because I do not know when I fall a little, and today I still go to school. Don't know what that means. Or what do you mean by how many more tournaments? I mean, this event's still going on, and there's always competitive tournaments available. So just let me go ahead and open Upgrade, actually. That would be a good way to do it. And then I can figure out Lucas's actual win-loss. And if that's the case, I can send you guys over to the Revel stream, but I'm not gonna be sticking around to stream a bunch of games that are no longer competitively relevant. If Lucas wins 1, let's see, Lucas's... trying to see the actual games won and lost here in this event. And Upgrade is not giving me that info. Come on, Upgrade. That's not the useful and relevant info. Why would you organize it like that? That's weird. Who has matchup here? I mean, the King Tower activation certainly helps Lucas a whole bunch. Let me look at something here real quick. Folks, I'm gonna go take a look at something real quick here. See if I can't figure out something. Will this tell me what's going on? No, that won't do it either. Let me just go ahead and check with League Ops real quick. Just double checking here. Lucas is 8-2. And what's and Lucas is 8-2, and Boeufmac is 9-8. We're just checking. I'm just confirming here. One moment. Let me check something here. What games are left? The ones you won't cast? Tumas. I think there's, like, I don't know, there's a couple games left. Samuel and Lucas, which is a good game, but if it doesn't matter, it's not, like, if it's not a relevant game competitively, then Lucas is 9-2 right now. So yeah, the worst that Lucas could end up being is 9-6, and Boeufmac is 9-8. So just getting confirmation from Royale API right now to confirm which way it goes, what the story is here. Getting that info here. Sorry, guys, I'm all quiet. Just trying to sort this thing out. Adriel wins game number 1. Man, Adriel is pretty darn good, though. We'll have stats for that one up in just a minute. Yeah, what is... People do use the word GOAT to talk about people. That's over. GOAT is a little overused, I would say, since GOAT means greatest of all time. Is Boeufmac out already? Bastien, I think so. We're just confirming that right now. We're doing the math on it. But I believe that because of the three-way tie, there could be a three-way tie between KaNaRiOoo, Lucas, and Boeuf. That could technically happen. But there is no way for KaNaRiOo's win rate to be worse than Boeuf's. So KaNaRiOoo will be above Boeufmac in that three-way tie. And then Lucas, I also believe there's no way for his win rate to go below. So we're confirming that if Lucas loses both of his next 2 matches, you could have a three-way tie at 4-3 because Boeuf beat Lucas, Lucas beat Kana, and Kana beat Boeuf. But the win rates might make it impossible for Boeufmac to go above them. So we're confirming that right now, getting the information. And once that's confirmed, we done for the day. Lucas won't lose. He's a beast. He is a beast. Can he lose? Yeah, it's a best of 3. I mean, even if, here's the thing, actually, if Lucas wins 1 game, I believe that means it's over because I believe that Boeufmac only won 9, Boeufmac went 9-8. So it's like, I think we're right here. How many monitors do I have? I have 1 monitor and a laptop next to it, and my iPad. So it depends on how you define monitors. I have my desktop running, I have my laptop running, and I have my iPad running. Would Boeuf not win on head-to-head against Lucas? Yes, but Coatbridge Paul, it would be a 3-way tie on head-to-head because Boeuf beat Lucas, Lucas beat KaNaRiOoo, and KaNaRiOoo beat Boeufmac. What about, oh, what's the least meta right now? Yeah, I mean, E-Barbs is the least meta of all time. So because of the triangle there, Coatbridge, the next tiebreaker would then be the win rates. And getting some word from League Ops here. In 1 second, I'll have a ruling for you, or I'll have more clear information. But I am seeing the typing in the Discord chat. And I will have more information for you in just a second. GY in for Adriel on the left-hand side. Jojo. Went in September to CRL restart. Who said it started in September? Okay, in case of 3 players tie, it then goes to the game differential of the win rate, and in that case, Boeuf loses against both KaNaRiOoo and Lucas. So if Lucas wins this match, Boeuf doesn't even have a tiebreaker. And if Lucas loses this match, Boeuf again then loses on tiebreaker because of win rates. So no matter what, we do have our top 4, so we'll finish out this best of 3, and then we will call it a day. If you want to watch the final game, you can go to Revel stream on Twitch, Revel Amar on Twitch. It's going to be a competitively irrelevant game, and I got things to do. Danny Vargas, thanks for the sub. And guys, if you are watching on YouTube and you haven't yet, go throw the sub. Enrique, I want to see the Brazilians. Well, we've seen a lot of Brazilians. They will all be qualified for the next level, for the next round. But what I can do... Oh, you want to see the Brazilians? Why aren't you watching the Portuguese stream? Isn't this being streamed in Portuguese? I thought Bruno was streaming this. Am I wrong on that? Let me go to Twitter here. I thought Bruno was streaming this. Do I play Clash of Clans? I used to, not anymore. Give me a second here. I thought that this was being streamed in Portuguese today. Yeah, is RTube not streaming it? Did he drop out today? Yeah, if you want to watch, there's a Portuguese stream, guys. So, not to take away people from my stream, but if you want to watch the final between 2 Portuguese players for the final game of the day, which will be competitively irrelevant, but maybe fun to watch, you can go to the Portuguese stream. I don't know if I spelled Portuguese correctly there. But yes, RTube is doing the stream in Portuguese. Oh. But there's the Aftershock Media Group Twitter. Thanks to AMG for sponsoring this overall. Banzernado and Lava. Yeah, so we'll watch this game out, then we'll end the stream, guys. Do appreciate you guys hanging out here. For all this one, we'll finish the best of 3, just so there's continuity. But then if you want to watch Basoto and Lucas, yeah, I'll throw I'm throwing that Portuguese stream into the chat, so you can go get it elsewhere. Oh, that's not what I wanted to copy. That's not what I wanted to copy. Do I still have that open? Oh, did I close it already? Darn. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. OYASSU did not lose all his games. He just didn't show up. There we go. Let me go ahead and throw in, there you go, Portuguese stream right there one more time. Well, let me just do this, actually. There you go. Portuguese stream. Yeah, Heisenberg, I can't believe either. But, you know, it's good for the channel. And it's fun. And otherwise, I don't have I just finished 2 production jobs. And I don't have one that I'm doing right now, so I have time to do it. There we go. Oh, you're Brazilian here because I'm the best caster. Thank you very much, Enrique. All right, guys, final game of the stream because we do have our top 4 set, and I'll show you the top 4 in a moment after this match is after this game is over. Again, the final game of the stream, which is competitively irrelevant. I guess it would decide maybe who's first in the group, but not that big of a deal. I got things to do, kids. Magic Archer and Skeleton drags off the top. Yeah. Okay. Not sure what that's about, but cool. Oh, they cost 4 elixir. Yeah. Well, but big spell, 4 elixir cards, that's an even trade. All right, double bait for Lucas against Graveyard. And Adriel got it pretty nicely locked down so far. Dark Goblin getting tanked for, or getting tanked on. So a ton of damage comes in, and that's basically the game at this stage. As long as Adriel makes no big mistakes here, which he shouldn't. Graveyard triple spell. Triple spells around, guys. It be about. Lucas has already qualified. I'll show you the top 4 in, my guess, about 40 seconds. You'll see the top 4. And of course, as I said before, as linked it in the chat, go to the Portuguese stream to watch the last game, the last match, which does not have any competitive implications other than maybe final standings, but that's a maybe. GY into the right-hand side for Adriel. That will finish the tower. Oh, big whiff on the... No way. Adriel with the big whiff on the log and still ends up winning. GG, well played. That's it. There we go, that's what I meant to show. That's not the correct matchup data. There's the correct matchup. There you have it. And let's go ahead and take a look back up here for a moment. And we do have our top 4. And I believe, actually, could Samuel steal first place from him? Samuel able to steal first place from Adriel. Not super critically competitively important, and I gotta go. So that's gonna be it for the day, guys. Your top 4 guaranteed in: Adriel, Samuel, Lucas, and KaNaRiOoo. That's 3. I can't count. Adriel, Samuel, Lucas, and KaNaRiOoo. Did I just forget to put a finger out? What happened? So there's your top 4. That is guaranteed. They'll be moving on to the next stage, to the round of 32, to the bracket stage. So again, your top 4: Adriel, Lucas, Samuel, and KaNaRiOoo. And that's a lot of Brazil in there. Of course, the DR representative from Adriel and the Spaniard KaNaRiOoo. All moving on. Tomorrow, we're back here again with Group F. I am JP, Javi Catorze, Belly Razzer, Ali Thomas, Yosoy Rick, and Puddin. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. That's 9 p.m. Central European summertime. And, yeah, that's going to be it. If you're watching the replay on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. If you really want to see the final game between Samuel and Lucas, the BO3 for 2 guys who've already qualified, go to Revel's page on YouTube, because I'm the heck out of here. It's been fun. Later. Peace, kids. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Mwah.